Thank you. My name is Andrew Norton. I'm a professor in the Department of Bioagricultural Sciences and Pest Management at Colorado State University. Thank you for the introduction. I think you set that up very well. What the legislature was interested in is whether these floods made permanent differences in phreatophytes and non-beneficial water use within the system. And so what we were tasked with doing is to first off perform a literature review to come up with this basic state of existing knowledge for how the South Platte system works, how phreatophytes, native and non-native, work within that system. And then we were charged to look specifically at the impact of the flood on phreatophytes, on shallow groundwater levels, the idea being that these floodwaters came in, inundated the floodplain, and that there's the potential perhaps for storage of water within that system. And then also, we were asked to look at state-listed noxious weeds. And the idea behind that is that if we wanted to go in and control phreatophytes, studies have shown that the cost of removing phreatophytes, the mechanical cost, is about the same as the cost of mitigating the impact of noxious weeds, which is something that we're mandated to do. So the Colorado Water Conservation Board, you contracted with us and the Tamarask Coalition to do this and cost estimates. So I'm going to go really quickly through all these things and present what our key findings are, and then a little bit about the methods that we used to come up with those and the data that we found. So for the literature review, the forest composition and trajectory, what we found was that the South Platte forest, the forest within the floodplain, has been under continuous change since humans first came to Colorado, since we first started changing those river processes. And that how the system works, the maintenance of cottonwood willow forest, and those are the dominant tree species out there, depends on periodic flooding and disturbance that allow both for seedling recruitment as well as for long-term survival. So cottonwood seedlings germinate recently exposed and moist substrates. These substrates appear after a flood, erosion or sediment deposition. The soil is wet, cottonwood releases all of its seeds, and cottonwood seeds don't last very long. They only persist for 4 weeks, 6 weeks, maybe 7 weeks. So you get germination on these bare moist sediments. But in order for those to persist, the water table has to then fall down slowly, slow enough that the roots can keep up with the water table decline. Cottonwood is adapted to this, willow is adapted to this, so they have very quickly growing roots, and the roots can keep up with about a 2.5 centimeter decline per day. What this means, how this forest works, and what the current status of the forest that we have now along the South Platte, is that if you have a steady state here, steady state typical flow here with some older trees and maybe some younger trees here, you get a flooding event, you get maybe some overbank flooding here and pooling, ponding, which results in both erosion here and tree mortality in this way, as well as mortality from flooding and oxygen-starved roots. What this does, though, in the long term, is it opens up bare ground for new establishment of cottonwood. And these processes are how cottonwood willow forests are maintained. And you need the right balance of those flooding events in order to attain a perpetual forest, a forest that's able to maintain itself. So in the absence of these appropriate levels of disturbance, the vegetation dynamics are going to shift in one of two different ways. A, forest succession could result into a shift from cottonwood to non-pioneer species. And these species are green, Siberian elm, and Russian olive, and box elders could come in there. Or these could result into a shift to grassland conditions. In the South Platte, there's a debate as to which of these are most likely to occur. In the South Platte, it's probably going to be additional secondary forest species based on the water levels that we have in the system. So, conceptual model for how this works is that historic conditions before we started diverting water, we had a very wide channel bed. The river is dominated by spring snow melt. Huge flows in spring, peters out in the summer and fall, a very wide meandering channel out there. with some, but not a ton of cottonwood. And as we've altered this hydrology so that we cut off those peak flows a bit and extend the flows out farther into the summer, we have a narrower channel bed and a continuous, much more dense cottonwood willow forest than we had 150 years ago. Now, if there's enough flooding, such as the 2013 and the 2015 events, this system will maintain itself. We're not sure about that, but prior to 2013, the idea was that we did not have the flows sufficient to maintain cottonwood willow, and that eventually we would get this narrow channel with grassland, or a narrow channel more likely with tree species there. So that's the summary of what sort of current knowledge about how the South Platte forest is working. So we went out and did a bunch of survey work to see what the current status of that forest is, because we really don't have good data on what the species cover. That approximately 90% of the tree biome there. The most common non-native species are Russian olive and Siberian elm, and somewhere between 4% and 10% of the biomass out there are non-native species. This is a bit lower than I thought, particularly Russian olive. I thought Russian olive would be much more common out there. Russian olive is fairly common closer to I-25, but as you get farther and farther east, you see less and less Russian olive. So how we did this, we went to 15 different sites around the state. So here's the Poudre and the Big Thompson and the St. Vrain and the South Platte here. So 15 different studies areas. And in each of those areas, we ran 2 to 4 transects perpendicular to the river throughout the entire existing floodplain. And each of these triangles there represents a plot that's 10 meters by 20 meters, depending on what we're sampling, that we then geo-reference using a precision GPS unit, so we can then correlate that with remote sensing data. Within each of these plots, these points, we're collecting data on weed presence and abundance, tree species size by species, height, canopy condition, and so forth. And the idea is then to summarize these data and then also to correlate that with some remote sensing data to see if we can expand that out to the rest of the system. So a summary, we were able to visit these 15 sites, 873 plots, 2,185 trees surveyed, a fairly extensive data set for this system. I think the largest one we have yet. So here's some of the results in terms of biomass of those trees within the system. This large section of the pie here is cottonwood, and the rest of these are fairly minor species. Russian olive here in green is the non-native phreatophyte within the system at about 4.6% of the biomass out there. If you look at saplings, so those are mature trees. So these are trees, saplings that at a breast height have a diameter less than 2.5 and maybe represent what the forest is going to look like in the future. It's a way of trying to figure out where we're going. And what you can see here is now these 2 pie slices for cottonwood and willow are much smaller than they were before. So we're not recruiting at the same rate as there. Green large section is one of these secondary tree species that comes into a system that is more stabilized than the historic pattern here. Abundant, at least prior to 2030, the pattern of secondary successor and fewer cottonwood willow trees. Looking at the weed. Through. But what we found is that any one 10-meter by the state, at least one individual of some state-listed weed species there. That's probably not that surprising to people. That's why they're state-listed weeds. However, although that incidence is very high, percent cover is not that high. So they're common throughout the area, but they're not very abundant. So here are some of the species that we looked at. So for example, top or Cardaria there is 30% of the tin go into reasonably high. But what that, although the weeds problem may not be extreme right now, that there's the potential if you go and physically disturb that system that would become a much larger problem. And this is something we need to build to a cost estimate when to remove trees. So next, moving on into what were the effects of flooding. We think about 8.5% of the trees, mature trees within that system, were either by the 2013 flood or by the interval the 2014 high waters or 2015 high waters. So between 2013 and 2015, about 8.5% of that forest is essentially gone. In 2013, that flood occurred late in the year, exposing sediments that was possible or would not be possible for that year for cotton to germinate on. It was too late in the year. However, those exposed sediments, if you had high waters in the next 2 years, you could see seedling recruitment. And we did see a bunch of seedling recruitment in 2015 when we went out there. We're not sure if that was 2015 was enough to just cause that, or whether you actually needed the 2013 flood and the 2015 high waters in order to get this to happen. However, it is a bit soon to tell if those seedlings are going to persist. They're fairly vulnerable to future erosional events, so seedlings may only be about yay high right now. It could be that they're not going to persist and actually develop into a mature forest at some point. So how we did this, estimated tree mortality, we used remote sensing data and correlated that with our field observations. We used a couple of different types. We used National Ag Imagery Program data, which are produced by the Farm Services Agency, mostly for trying to estimate crop condition for the current year and what yields will be. But these are fairly high resolution, 1 meter spatial resolution with 4 different bands, red, green, blue, as well as near infrared. And these are produced for the entire state of Colorado every other year. Fortunately, in the summer of 2013, right before the flood, we're also able to obtain images in 2015 right after the flood. And the other thing that we were able to obtain is LiDAR data. So after the flood, about 3 weeks later, FEMA flew over with to collect these data, which are very high resolution elevation data. What LiDAR does is it uses a light pulse from a plane that you have a very precise position for using precision GPS, and then you measure the time delay between when that light pulse leaves the device on the plane and is reflected back up to it. And so you can get very, very precise elevation data within 10 centimeters or so, and a very, very fine spatial resolution, about 60 centimeters. So we're able to obtain those data. And the combination of these two makes them much more powerful than a lot of other remote sensing projects. So the sorts of things you can produce from here are a digital elevation model, which we've produced for these, which is the lowest point there, which gives you the ground elevation. You can produce a digital surface model, which is the top reflected point there, and that's sort of the tree top level, so you can get an estimate. If you subtract those two of tree height, or vegetation height here. And then we also use, from the imagery data, a statistic called normalized different vegetation index. And this is a measure of how green, how much chlorophyll a given point on the ground has. And we use these in remote sensing to estimate vegetation health. So tree mortality. How we did this is we looked at, for any point on the ground that was taller than 2 meters, so anything that was a tree, that was a phreatophyte within the system, we looked at how much its NDVI, its greenness, changed from 2013 before the flood to 2015 after the flood. And we categorize these fairly broadly into those points here in red, where essentially you go from something green and healthy to bare ground. And in this light blue here, something that's, well, it went down, but we're not sure whether it went down because there's grassland underneath it now or whether it's just not as happy as it was before. In green, where it seems to be doing somewhat better than the previous year. And what you can see in this image is that there's a lot of red here, which are basically mature trees that have disappeared. This is a very large area. This is here, 0.2 miles on this scale bar here. This is a portion of the South Platte just east of Fort Morgan. And when I first saw this coming out of the analysis, I thought, well, this can't be true. We can't really have gotten rid of that many trees. The background image is the ag imagery program from 2013, but if you overlay that onto a now NDVI-derived image from 2015, you can see that what has happened is the river moved quite a bit and took out lots and lots of trees. So here's 2013 again, where the river was, 2015 where the river was. So about our estimate, looking at these red blotches throughout the entire study area, about 8.5% of the trees are gone. So the next thing we were asked to look at is, was there a storage effect? So the flood came in 2013, raised the water table. How long did that persist? One of the challenges of the study is we didn't have preliminary data. We didn't have, pre-flood data. But what we did is we correlated well water depth from some automated wells that were already in place and persisted through the flood. We correlated the water table depth with the flow rate at the Fort Morgan gauge. So we developed a relationship between water flow and water table depth for 3 different wells for a 10-year period prior to that, and then extrapolated into the future through the flood period to see, was there a difference? Did we store any water there? And what you can see walking you through here, this is surface elevation here in green. So this is feet now below surface, and in black here is the measured from those monitoring wells water table depth, and in red is the relationship that we developed between measured depth and flow for the 10 years prior to that, then extrapolated into the future. Here's where the flood occurred. So if there was some storage, what you would see is that the measured water table would exceed what we predicted based on the prior estimates. And we don't see that at all for this particular well. This well is 62 kilometers upstream from the gauge and 72 and adjacent to the river. And we don't see it for this particular gauge. This is in the other direction, 26 kilometers downstream, again adjacent to the river. So no storage effect. We do see that in one well, and this is an interesting one where you see this deviation here from measured water table being lower than predicted. That could be 2013 was a very dry summer and it's away from the river, so well pumping could bring that water table down lower than you would expect. But then afterwards, you see that it exceeds quite a bit. And then that particular well is 1 kilometer away. It's a fairly low spot from the surrounding area. So it's a pasture with a levee around it. And what we think might have happened at that well is you got enough of floodwaters to go over the top of that levee and sit in there and pond for a period of time. It persisted for a while, but it didn't persist for until the next summer. Didn't exceed anything until the next summer. So if it was there, it wasn't there for phreatophytes really to consume during the growing season. So groundwater levels follow river flow levels. And this is something that we thought we would find. So in summary then, we were asked to perform a literature review on the hydrology of the system. And the take-home message is the forest has been changing for the last 150 years. Future trajectory, prior to 2013, we thought it was either going to go to a secondary forest or to grassland because we didn't have enough disturbance. Well, the 2 years following 2013 with that disturbance in 2 high water years, we're not sure that anymore. We might get persistence of that. Impact on phreatophytes, the flood killed about 8% of the forest, 8.5% of the forest. There are new areas open for cottonwood recruitment, but we need to go back in the future to see if they're actually going to persist in that system. Shallow groundwater levels follow what we think. River goes up, groundwater level goes up, river goes down, groundwater levels goes down, and noxious weeds are common. So recommendations. One of the things that came up at the talk last night was that this is one point in time. If you really want to measure where that forest is going and what its trajectory is, it would be nice to have additional data points and try and figure out really what is the long-term future of that forest. Is it going to be dominated by secondary invasive, secondary trees, non-native trees, so on and so forth. Phytoplankton removal efforts, if they are pursued, should probably concentrate on the non-native species because those are the ones that seem to be expanding. Maybe green ash as well seems to be expanding. Cottonwood and willow are probably declining on their own. And then finally, if you do pursue removal efforts, the listed weeds there are going to be a problem for management and need to be budgeted for that. Okay, I'll stop right there and ask if you have any questions.
So the cost estimates, I actually think Andrew had a slide in here, and they made a couple of assumptions about what it would take and how you would approach this. Obviously, you're not going to go in and cut down the whole riparian forest, but could you cut it down in sections, or could you manage it in sections? And so they did one where they looked at just removing Russian olives, and the other where they looked at removing 20% of the trees. And the different columns are removal only, removal with half weed control, removal with 25, removal with weed control, and reseeding. So they looked at a number of different pathways of how you might do control there. And to cut to the chase, if you look at the total, you're talking about numbers from 4 million up to 40 million. And clearly that's a big number. And so if you were going to do this, you would need to be strategic in how you pursue what choices you made about cutting down phreatophytes and then managing the resulting riparian area afterward. And of course, the question that everybody at the South Platte Roundtable wanted to talk about was, can we get some water out of that, right? If we cut those trees down, what do we get in terms of river flows? And this study wasn't exactly scoped to do that. There have been a couple of phreatophyte studies on the South Platte, the Groeneveld study for the South Platte DSS, and then the 1278 study also estimated phreatophyte water use. And it's a big number. Those trees are using 200,000 to 300,000 acre feet of water out there on the river. The challenge is if you cut them, what do you get? And the literature review looked at this a little bit, and I think what's clear is that salvaged water is not one for one, and the riparian area abhors a vacuum and begins to regrow itself very quickly where that groundwater is available to regrow. So if you want to try to salvage water, you're in for a long-term maintenance proposition there. That said, it doesn't abrogate the need to manage non-natives and invasives. I think the surprise for us in the study was just how much of that riparian forest in the South Platte was native species. I don't think we expected the number to be that high.
So when you started, there was a discussion that all of this vegetation has come with, you said, Europeans. What is it that human Europeans did that brought all this vegetation, and what harm would it be in trying to return it to that original condition?
That is a wonderful question, and there are some old timers in the South Platte that have prognosticated on this, and actually there are people who have gone back and looked in the record, and there's some fascinating paintings of the South Platte where you show really grasslands right up to the riverbed, and they show Indians in those pictures too, Mr. Chairman, and there is thought that the natives may have had an effect in terms of the way they lit backfires to chase buffalo around. They believe the buffalo had an effect in terms of grazing. They like being in that riparian area, and probably cattle that came in also. Grazing in those riparian areas does a good job of controlling those seedlings. They like to eat them. But what we've done is we began to change the hydrology of the system. Right? We changed the flow regime to where we had a much longer flow regime as return flows came back, and then we also began to confine the channel by virtue of having control structures along the channel. And so what happens is you don't get the 2013 floods that killed 10% of the forest and move the river and move the sand beds. And so I think it's the combination of lack of grazing, and change of hydrology of the system that allowed the riparian forest to really get strong. And what we showed in the 1278 study was that there was a difference between 1990 to 2010. So just in that 20-year period, we saw greater phreatophyte evapotranspiration. It was happening because the forest was becoming more dense. So the extent of the riparian area is really constrained by development, agricultural lands. It's not like we're widening it out like we are in some of the other basins. It's constrained, but it was densifying. And I think this work shows that the cottonwood gallery is a bit decadent. Little trees in there, but the literature shows that a mature green ash and a mature cottonwood, they're both sucking, a couple of 100 gallons a day out of that river system, and there's not a big differential in terms of what total ET would be with those two forests.
And compared to Russian olive?
So it's really about the energetics of an energy balance in a canopy. And so as you have a full canopy, you're going to get, whether it's Russian olives or green ash, you're going to get full ET, which out there looks to be somewhere between 2 and 3 feet of evapotranspiration.
Okay, thanks. Director Smith.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Reagan, the history part, and whether it was man or Europeans or Indians, the horse had a big influence on Native Americans when they acquired horses. So bear with me just for 30 seconds. It had a significant change when they acquired the horse. And if you had a tribe of 60 or 80 traveling around, they all had 4 or 5 or 6 horses. And where they camped in the wintertime made a big difference. So I think history can answer some questions. The change, and I'm reminded, this study right here, in southern Colorado, long-term drought has a lingering effect with noxious weeds. So, but now we're seeing flooding also has impacts with noxious weeds. And I think the ag community, not only the water savings from the phreatophytes, non-native, but also the noxious weeds, I think it's not very sexy to talk about weed control, but noxious weeds, at least in our part of the country, is a huge issue because of the lingering drought, and noxious weeds because of this situation and native trees being removed. For downstream irrigators like Director Yon, noxious weeds is a big deal.
So,
You want to coach us a little bit on what you want, or you want us to tell you what we want?
Well, I guess I'd hope that you'd tell me you're comfortable if I laid out in the memo, which is kind of a compressed schedule. We've gotten a little bit of feedback. We've done some editing on our own. But if you would take what we gave you and see if it reflects an adequate response to the legislative instruction, and I think we have done that. We've tried to measure recruitment. We haven't seen a lot of it. If you really wanted to look at recruitment and establishment, you'd have to do a multi-year, longer-term study. Any result we got out of it, all the field work we did, and then give you the full flavor for what the 2014 and 2015. We actually had more water in the South Platte in 2015 than we did during the flood in 2013. But I think we've done an adequate job of meeting what the legislature told us. The roundtable concurred in that. We can improve this report a little bit, but we won't expand the scope very much if you're comfortable with what you see. And then if you are comfortable with what you see and let me know that by December 1st, we'll proceed to make the edits that we already plan to make. We'll do one more look on December 15th and then ship it off to the legislature. The only other option I could see would be to ask for an extension from the legislature. I don't think we really need that.
Comments, observations? My observation is it's a good report. There's things we didn't know or wouldn't have guessed, as I think you also revealed. And you've got some suggestions of what it would take to make change, what you would get from the efforts, and what it would cost. And to do the job right, it would cost more than anybody's got. So that's a pretty good report.
And we try to, this was new to us, that we've been talking about stratified with you for 10 years. You've been funding projects. This is the first time, and the folks at the roundtable told us 2 years ago. It's cottonwoods and willows. It's not non-native. You're going to have to address that if you want to make a difference in the plat. So we brought that back to the roundtable, and last time we were talking about, use your basin implementation plan, use the opportunity to do stream management plans, connect that into the water plan, and there may be funding, but this really is just to answer those legislative questions. We are preserving all the data. They've already asked us to come back and figure out another study with them, and I said, I don't know where the money's coming from, but we'll work with them on that. But if you're comfortable that this is a decent enough report to have our name and CSU's name on it, fulfillment of the requirements of the bill, we'll finalize it pretty quickly here.
What's your preference, folks? I see lots of heads nodding. Let's, I think the motion would be consistent then with what Steve has put forth. Yes, the staff recommendation. So if it is your pleasure, I would hear a motion. A motion has been made by Director Yawn to adopt staff recommendation. Is there a second? Second by Director Gallagher. Is there discussion on the motion? None appearing. All in favor of the motion, please say aye. Aye. All opposed, no. So you have your direction.
No, you had a copy. If we don't hear anything, we'll
That's fair.
go ahead forward to the general fund.
That's fair. Thank you. We are now at agenda item 9, 2017 projects bill, finance section. Kirk, floor is yours.
Kirk Russell, CWCB Finance Section Chief. The next item is several items wrapped into one agenda item number, and we did this kind of to outline what the 2017 projects bill may look like with approval of the board and then action by the legislature. To walk through that outline, letter A, B, C, and D are the different categories that I made. I believe most all of these items were reviewed and considered by the Finance Committee. I think with the exception of agenda item 4, which is the non-potable water reuse regulation fund that staff will bring forward in a presentation in a little while. They all have been reviewed and recommended for approval by the Finance Committee. I want to make sure we follow the procedures. Agenda item A will require one motion if the board is okay with that. Agenda item B is the en bloc batch of Finance Committee approved items that I determined did not require a full board presentation by staff. You're certainly welcome to pull any of those out at any time if you'd like additional information, but the concept is that would require approval. Agenda item C then will have individual presentations. There are 4 items to be presented. They each will have a motion and approval by the board separate. And then agenda item D is the large water project financing authorization. The 2 items that we have listed will also require separate and independent actions by the board. So with that, let me jump into agenda item 9A. And it is it's a story that we have provided at a couple board meetings, and it is now time to ask the board to make final approval of the concept of utilizing excess severance tax money that we received over the last 6-7 years to the tune of about $75 million. And the idea that we could utilize $25 million this year, and if that money's still available, maybe we would consider doing it again next year. And that $25 million is made up of $10 million to be utilized or transferred to the Water Supply Reserve Fund in order to supplement its funding that, as you heard earlier, Bill Levine indicated that this current year it will be zeroed out, and we anticipate that revenue stream will likely be zero for the next couple years. So this $10 million will be utilized by the roundtables for basin and statewide grants to be approved ultimately by this board. That money will be transferred from severance tax over to the Water Supply Reserve Fund for that use. The Watershed Restoration Program, $5 million. We've talked about the need for addressing watershed health. That money will be transferred from the severance tax perpetual base account to the construction fund to be used for that purpose. The water plan implementation funding is money that will allow this board to address some of the needs in the water plan. Even though it's a small amount of money, I think it's a good use at this time of some cash that's available to start advancing some of those needs that exist in the water plan. Those will be applications received next August for the Finance Committee review from this board in September of 2017. The last item on the list is the $30 million, which is a loan guarantee fund. It was talked about a little bit earlier today. That original concept was, and this goes back a little ways, we were looking at putting $50 million in that fund because of some of the revenue that we're seeing come in and the need to address some other issues. We're thinking that $30 million is a good starting point with that fund. And also we're looking at using a little bit different approach for the large project through the northern municipal subdistrict called Windy Gap, that we may have a different way to handle maybe some of the needs through that project. So we feel $30 million is a good place to start in that fund. So that total request the board to approve $55 million to be transferred from the severance tax perpetual base fund to the appropriate funds as identified. And that's the end of that presentation. If there are any questions, I'd be happy to.
Questions? Comments, observations, motion? Director Smith.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Kirk, thanks for the presentation. This conversation started at probably in April. It was discussed in a draft form at the May Conservation Board meeting in Del Norte. Again, we addressed this issue in July and September, and I think this is a great way to approach the budget shortfall. Provides confidence to continue the good work at the round table levels, not only the Rio Grande round table, but all of the round tables, to keep building on 10 years of this public dialogue about what Colorado's water future. The implementation for the water plan funding, I think, is very bold. It helps make sure our projects are aligned strongly with the water plan, and that was the goal of the board. And just the creation of the loan fund guarantee, again, is something that this board can do to make sure that we continue to make good progress on regional water projects. And so with that, Mr. Chairman, I would move approval of staff recommendation.
Motion's been made. Is there a second? Second by Director Hamel. Is there discussion on the motion? Are we ready for the vote? All those in favor of the motion to adopt staff recommendation on item 9A, please say aye. Aye. All opposed, no. Motion carries. All right, 9B.
Thank you. Agenda item 9B, and again, I remind the board that this is a collection of items that were reviewed by the Finance Committee and determined not to need a presentation. They will be, I will walk through the items, and if you have interest in pulling any of them out, I believe staff is available to address any questions in particular. But there will be one motion after these 10 items. I share with you a little bit of detail of each. The first item is the Flood and Drought Response Fund. That is an item that is normally in the project's bill. It is to respond to those particular events, flood or drought. There are some years that there is no need for that money, but it is available in this current year as necessary. And then so we refresh that on July 1 of 2017 if we have used the money. Number 2 is the Colorado floodplain map modernization refresh also. It is leveraging a significant amount of money with federal dollars. Tweed Patton manages that program. Is again at $500,000 as it has been in previous years. Number 3 is the satellite monitoring maintenance program. Last year we increased that from $330,000, which has been pretty steady. We increased it to $380,000, primarily to assist in the maintenance and operations of the lysimeter in the Arkansas Basin. And so that is recommended at $380,000 again this year. Number 4 is the litigation fund budget refresh. We are refreshing that up to $2 million. There's, again, uncertainty how much money will be used over the course of this year, so we try to estimate what it will take to refresh that. And the Attorney General's office provides a request, I believe, in May of each year that the board gets to review how those funds will be spent. And so we're asking for $1.3 million to get that up to $2 million. That is a comfortable funding amount for the Attorney General's office's activities. Number 5 is the decision support system operation and maintenance. This is, I believe, the second or third year of a request. We have years in between where there are no requests, and so this helps us maintain that very important program that was funded years ago. And so we're asking for $200,000 for that O&M work. Number 6 is a feasibility study small grant fund. I talked earlier about changing the financial policy that addresses how we manage that money. When we brought this to the board in September at the Finance Committee meeting, we were trying to figure out how to distribute some funds, and this is one that was recommended at $500,000 in September at the Finance Committee because we have some requests for some adjustments. Not only the Finance Committee asked for some shifting of funds in some of our programs. We have a new request, and so this was one that we felt could take that hit, and so we have reduced that request from $500,000 to $300,000 for the feasibility study small grant fund refresh. Item number 7 is the Colorado Mesonet project. It has been funded, I believe, the last 3 years as well, and they continue to utilize the funds. It says to allow effective enhancement to the COAGMET network, improved delivery of data and new projects for water use planning and climate change monitoring, and improve real-time monitoring capabilities to improve severe weather warnings and emergency management applications. And that is a $154,000 request that received recommendation from the committee for funding. Number 8, water forecasting partnership project. Joe Busto has been utilizing this funds to advance a lot of the technology that's available now for improving forecasting of snowpack, but also of runoff. And the board recommended an increase in that funding the Finance Committee recommended an increase of the original request of $600,000 to $800,000. And so that is being requested here to fund that at the $800,000 level. And Joe has done an outstanding job to summarize the plan for spending of that money on the data sheet. Item number 9, Fish and Wildlife Resources Fund refresh. This was last refreshed in 2002, and it was refreshed to $5 million. So it's taken us a while to draw that down from $5 million. When we brought this to the Finance Committee in September, we thought we had $2 million available and that would be a good target for refreshing this. But again, because of the need to move some money around and address the board's interest in funding some other things, we've dropped that to $1.5 million instead of the $2 million as recommended in September. The last item in this list is the Alternative Agricultural Transfer Methods, ATMs, grant program. We recommended $1 million to the Finance Committee, and we are maintaining that with the board. The fund was refreshed in 2012 to $1 million, in 2014 by just about $750,000 or $750,000. So we are again requesting to get another $1 million into that program that I think we all are excited about advancing those ideas to better utilize that agricultural water. And so that is the end of my presentation. If there's anything that you would like to pull out, we can have a staff member address those questions.
What's your pleasure? Nothing to separate. Director Hamill.
The swipe method didn't work. Just before I make the motion, of course, a wide range of important funding requests for us to protect and maintain our water rights system and to manage those water rights systems. Just an extra comment, we're, I think, at a critical point on the alternative ag, important part of our Colorado Basin plan, and I think it's in most basin implementation plans. Because in the Arkansas, a successful pilot project going, there's still some unknowns, but each year that one of those projects go forward, more likely we are going to be able to move other projects forward in a better and less expensive way. So with that, I would move staff's recommendation on agenda item 9B.
Thank you. Motion's been made. Is there a second?
Second, Mr. Chairman.
Seconded by Director Wattenberg. Is there discussion on the motion, which is to adopt the staff recommendation on item 9B? All those in favor of the motion, please say aye. Aye. All opposed, no. Motion carries.
Thank you. Kirk Russell, Finance Section Chief. Next item is 9C. And Mr. Chairman, if it's acceptable, I would like to reorder the next 4 items. I've got a request from Nicole Rowan of the Department of Public Health. She is the Clean Water Program Manager, and she had asked if this item could be moved up in the agenda to get back to the office and address some things. And if it's okay, I'm going to have her present agenda item 4C first. Sorry, C4 first. And again, these all will require an individual motion. This particular item, before Nicole comes up, is a new item that was added since the Finance Committee meeting. And you heard a little bit earlier the coordination that we've had with Department of Health and the Water and Power Authority on getting some funds moving towards this effort for the regulation work on reuse and gray water. And Nicole has agreed to come up and share with the board the additional story behind that effort and the plan for the funds. So.
I am so much shorter. Hello, it's nice to see you all. Patrick Falsgraf, who is our division director, is also here today if you have questions about this request. Again, we're with a focus on agenda item 9C4. This request is support reuse efforts that were identified as a critical action item in Colorado's water plan. CDPHE is committed to working with stakeholders to expand our regulatory uses for our non-potable reuse. And we also want to note that we're also very focused within those regulations on protecting public health and the environment. As the water plan noted, while we are in strong support of these efforts, the resources that we have in place to support these efforts are limited within our current budget framework. And so we've been working over the past several months with CWCB staff and the Water and Power Development Authority Board to identify funding to support these efforts. So what we have outlined for you today, the funding from CWCB, the $260,000 plus the $40,000 from this year's severance tax, would support existing staff resources focused on 3 different areas. The first is our Regulation 84, which is our reclaimed water regulation focused on non-potable uses. And what we plan to do there is expand that regulation to add 3 additional new uses of reclaimed water. The first would be for indoor toilet flushing. The second would be for edible crop irrigation. And the final one would be livestock washdown facilities. The second item that this funding would support was our continued efforts with our gray water regulation. Right now, that regulation does not have a variance provision, and that is being requested to support some research initiatives across the state. And so that these funds would help existing staff support those changes between now and May of next year and ongoing after that. And then finally, another big part of the water plan that we have been supporting out of existing staff resources is planning efforts by the Colorado Water Conservation Board focused on indirect and direct potable reuse. And so we've been participating in the workshops that are looking at options for developing regulations for those uses of water. So these funds would help that as well. In addition to this request, we have worked with the Water Power Development Authority, and they have committed $375,000 over the next 3 years to support a term-limited FTE. So we'd have a 3-year term-limited FTE to support Regulation 84 and expanding those uses that I described earlier, the edible crops, the toilet flushing, and the livestock washdown facilities. So with that, we can open it up to questions and be happy to discuss anything that you would like with respect to this request.
Director Wells.
Yes, thank you. Hi, Nicole. As you know, Denver Water's fervently interested in Reg 84, at least. So between the 2 sources of funding, that would be $675,000, and that's 1.5 FTEs.
For 3 years.
For 3 years. My other question is, the last proposal that I heard was that a rulemaking hearing on expanded uses of Reg 84 would not occur until, I think, August of 2019.
So we have broken it up into 2 phases. So the first phase would be in the August of 2018 timeframe, and that would focus on those 3 uses that I talked about. And then we wanted to spend the last year of the term-limited FTE to support modernizing the reuse regulation. I think there's a great interest in the reuse community to focus on that, but focus on those 3 uses first in the 2018 timeframe, and then have an additional rulemaking in the 2019 frame to modernize the regulation.
But would the extra year perhaps encompass, well, Reg 86, gray water may come a little earlier too as well?
That's probably May of next year.
Okay. All right. Thank you. That helps me.
Any other discussion on item 9C4? Are we ready for a motion? Director Wells?
Yes, I'm most pleased to move the staff recommendation for item 9C4.
Motion's been made. Is there a second? Seconded by Director Gallagher. Is there discussion on the motion? Director Eklund.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Before you leave the podium there, Nicole and Pat, I just want to extend our appreciation for you working with us on this and having candid conversations that sometimes it's tough to have among state agencies when resources are stretched. So thanks for being cooperative partners in all this.
Are we ready for the vote? All in favor of the motion, which is to adopt staff recommendation on 9C4, please say aye. Aye. All opposed, no. Motion carries. Thank you, folks.
Okay, the next, we'll move to agenda item 9C. We've got 9C2. The next one up would be the Steve Miller report. Well, oh no, I'm sorry, Joe. We are going back up to number 1. Sorry, I'm sorry. So we are going. Joe is number 1 for the record. Sorry.
For the record, Joe Russo, staff. This is the weather bond permitting program. Before I get started, I just want to say this is the best year of my life. I'm just so happy. Met the girl of my dreams, Shelly Sprague, and she has wonderful kids. She loves my autistic kid. We're building a life together, and then along comes James and Kevin and give me a raise, a long-awaited raise, and so thank you, James and Kevin. I'm just so grateful. The only thing I don't know is if swinging, I'm going on a cruise leaving tomorrow, my first ever, never had a passport, but I'm still not sure if swimming with stingrays is a good idea. All right, so back to the agenda item. Okay, so I have left my familiar place of being en bloc for the weather mod program, and Ty brought up at the September Finance Committee meeting that I've been at $175,000 for 5 or 6 years, and that it might be time to come back with a budget and discuss it. So we kind of left it at what is staff's recommendation, what is staff's budget? Let's discuss it at the November board meeting. We also have in front of you a wonderful letter written by the Dolores Water Conservancy District that April may discuss, or I may read a few passages out of. But in general, I'm going to explain, kind of what's going on. So the staff recommendation is can we increase this to 500K? I think Kirk has said there will be enough to budget for that. We have a board approved strategic plan in 2008 that said, let's do some evaluations to help refine these programs. Let's give some grants to the local operators and basins, and then let's upgrade the equipment. Also, in addition to the states program, the Colorado River Basin states have been helpful. The lower basin water users in Arizona, Nevada, and California have been very helpful. They've been partnering for 10 years. We're at about 2.6 million each. So a little bit about why are we doing this work. So the top graphic would be the original conceptual model. Just go into a hay paddy, set up your generator, burn it. And what we found out over time is that your seeding material just pools in the valley. Temperature inversions, valley inversions are rough. So now what the field on for the last 10 years is trying to get up on a ridge, 10,000 feet where you need them. And Eric Sky is now in the game helping you out with all this stuff. So here's an example of what we're talking about. This is Gunnison Basin last fall. This is just smoke out of somebody's smokestack from their house burning a fire. You can see it just goes out and it pools and it stays at a certain level. That's a valley inversion. If air is warmer on Monarch Pass than it is down in Gunnison, you're trapped there and you're not going to get your seeding material out of that. And so the trick is to do the heavy lifting and get on high elevation federal and private land and get your silver routinely in clouds. So we've been working on that. And then we've also been doing radiometers, and I think you might hear some of that from April. We just installed one at a high school in her region. So some of the justification of why we would do the increase, Carly Brown and Eric Sky and I are on a team kind of working with the 7 states to sign a new, all states sign on to an agreement. And the lower basin has said, let's budget 500K per state per year for the next 10 years for a total of 15 million. So after doing 10 years of working with us, it looks like they're ready to re-up and budget and continue to partner with us. Again, with the state plan, we want to balance helping out with studies, equipment, and then some grants to operators. And so we do leverage downstream funding, but we'd really like to control our priorities here in Colorado, not live completely on their funding. And again, the radiometers have been a very successful tool in Colorado collecting data. We have new high elevation remotes at Winter Park, Grand Mesa, Crested Butte, and above McPhee Reservoir that are great. So one of the other things that is quite interesting is that, the Canales Basin has said, well, let's see about these new seeding generators. And then Ty has watched the whole 10-year Wyoming study go down just right across the border and said, there's promise here. It's cheap water. There's a lot of seeding potential. Why aren't we investing in this technology? So there's interest in the Rio Grande and the North Platte. I do think we could work, local, state, and regional with programs there. And then we've been working hard to develop the partnerships. Idaho Power and Desert Research Institute are willing to sell us these high elevation remotes that are much needed to get the job done. And the radiometers have been very helpful. So this is election day last week. We're with April. Am I doing that? Okay. Installing a radiometer at Norwood High School. So what that is that's 11 miles upwind of Telluride. A radiometer is essentially like a weather balloon launch program. It's electronics and mirrors. It's going to look straight up into the atmosphere, tell you if it's cold enough, tell you if it's juicy enough, and then it's appropriate for seeding. So Telluride has a real nice kind of program, and we rotate this radiometer around. And what I thought was a lot of fun was the high school filming class saw us doing this, so they came out and they filmed Eric Sky doing an interview. Good stuff. And then there's April on top of a generator that was installed last fall. We worked hard to get up to Hastings Mesa, which is, up out of the valley inversions, 11 miles upwind of Telluride. And then she worked diligently to create a ski area partnership, which is not so easy to do. They have a very different corporate culture, but over 8 or 10 years, we've worked that out. And they put funding and their partners on this. And then just recently, on the left, you have Ken Curtis, Dolores Water Conservancy District. The nearest town's called Stoner, Colorado. I don't know what the area this is, but it's above McPhee Reservoir is what I'll call it. And then to the right, in Director McLeod and his staffer Frank Kugel have stepped to the plate and said, "Let's work with you and partner and manage our contractors." And this seed generator on the right is in God's country. That's 10-7. So what you're looking at in the right generator, that's actually a ski ranch that's $600 a day that people pay to be put up there. It's very high elevation terrain. And then go back 1 year, this time 1 year ago, then the city of Grand Junction's been a wonderful partner, and they got some WSRA funding to partner with the CWCB in Lower Basin, and a high elevation remote was put above Cedar Edge, and then another one on Colburn. But you can see when you get up here at elevation, you can hit a cloud from there. You're not trapped in an inversion, and your material is routinely getting in cloud. So a little bit about the evaluation part of this, what's so important, and this is kind of a messy graphic, but I'll try and explain it to you. Eric was very, very helpful in this, but the Center for Atmospheric Research went and looked at high seeding potential areas. And when it was snowing, was it cold enough and there was lots of water? So what you have is the very, very bright colors like the red, Steamboat, best place in Colorado to seed. Yellow, the Front Range up and down, that ridge right there. Wow, there's great seeding potential. And then, the Flat Tops Wilderness. But what you'll notice in this analysis, there's a gridded box and it dies right in the backward C that's brown, that's Gunnison. Kind of ended in that nested grid. But what really pops out is these are the places you should be seeding. And then the red ring put in there by Eric is 5 to 15 mile ring, which is current thinking is you want to be 5 to 15 miles from the area you're trying to affect. So right away, you can already see that this analysis is very helpful. We have several generators that we'd like to move around and definitely hit those high elevation spots. There's an app for that. We've been working on it. So there's a new study. It's not funded this year. We didn't have enough funding, but I know Ken Curtis is very interested in it down in Dolores in the Southwest region in general. But you see the two black boxes would go back and pick up the climatology analysis for the rest of the state to say what ranges are really the ones that we should focus in on, not where a water user might want to pay, but where's a good place to seed. And then Eric will put a ring in there and we'll take a look at our generators, almost like a fleet report card. Another new study that's wonderful, and it's just been published right now, is Desert Research Institute took a look at the Central Mountains region around the Blue River Basin and Vail, and all the seeding generators up there. And it goes back to this Mountain Valley generator concept, where weather models are very good now, and they have these temperature inversions built into it, and plume dispersion models can release material, and then it'll be drafted and move on, or it'll just pool down low. So what we found in this is that with these Mountain Valley generators down in the Blue River Basin, only about 20% of the time were they getting in cloud where they need to be. So it gets back to let's get close to cloud and release our material, and it'll be much more effective. Another thing that's very helpful is these weather stations. This one's on top of the ski area at Crested Butte. When I sat there on top of the ski area and looked at the West Elks, I was like, I don't know where to put a machine. This is amazing. Let's just put a weather station out, collect some data. If you look at all those dots, so this is an icing sensor and wind direction. So when ice arrives at the ski area, which direction is it coming from? It's coming from the west southwest. So we went 11 miles west over to Irwin Lakes Lodge, and then helpful to me back to the minutes and what Alice wrote up, and it was essentially a budget. And I know you can't read this very well, but in the gold, it'd be about 60,000 held out for a value. This is assuming that a 500,000 budget would be available next year. So money would be held out for evaluations in gold. The black would be continued operational grants to the programs. Blue would be support of the new equipment that was brought in, and red would be new activities that we would do. And that would bring in some new seating generators. And actually, as held some out, the two that say DRI would be held out to see if partnerships with the Rio Grande and North Platte could come to fruition, as well as finish off our radiometer lease, and we finally owe that. So there's kind of what I thought was obligated, which would be what would be a budget if I had 500,000. In closing, so staff recommends 500K. One of the neat things to show you what happened this year is the Avalanche Information Center. Some of the funding we're going to use from there, we're going to increase their model grid spacing and make weather modeling for CDOT, the Avalanche group, the cloud seeding group, much more higher resolution. And we need these weather stations, radiometers, remote seeders, radars, evaluations, that type of thing. The partnerships in the Rio Grande and North Platte, I think they could develop, and that we have a role with our funding and our role to just be the leader and help direct the priorities. One last thing that everyone thinks is important is, what do you get out of a seeder? And so I try and stay away from that too much, but definitely if you have a well-designed program and you put your machine in a good spot and you burn a lot of silver and you had a good winter to work with, I do believe you can get 3,000 acre feet out of a seeder. So you need a good winter, a good location, but I think that number is realistic to work with. And the final reason why you could increase my budget is you need to get me out of the business of building cloud seeding machines. This is my my buddy Milo that I built with 10 grand. And wow, that's not a great cloud seeder, but it was my shot at doing it. He's in operation. He's been totally rebuilt several times, but we want to get away from that and start to bring in the top grade equipment and put it in the right locations. So with that, I don't know if Carly or Kevin Hauk wants to chime in, or you guys want to discuss what the appropriate funding levels are, but that's staff presentation.
Director Montgomery.
Well, I urge you to read Ken Curtis's letter. I don't think I want to read it into the record, but it's very eloquent, and it talks about several really key things that Joe touched upon. And one of those was in Director Eklund's board report this morning about the prongs that we should be looking at in the Upper Basin, and one of those is weather modification. And it seems disingenuous that we as a state are not really putting the money into that. And then second, I don't think Joe mentioned this, but the other lower basin states are all being asked to put in $500,000, and that is money on the table that we can match if we have money to put into programs that we can, and then also get some of their money. I also think, in talking with Dr. Wattenberg, we are ripe for a program in, with all that's going on in Wyoming, we're ripe for a program in the North Platte, and that could be something that would be very advantageous for that river system. And then, one other thing that strikes me, because we have not upped the budget here, is when we went through the rule changes, we talked so much. It was so important to have evaluation as part of our new rulemaking process. And as we all know, you can't have evaluation if you don't have money to be able to put behind it. And so it is something that we need to be able to have money to do the necessary evaluation for the program. So I guess for many reasons, I would really support this board thinking about more, but I'd be happy to make one.
If you do, I would just ask that you tell us in the motion where the extra money comes from.
I'll do that. I would make a motion to approve, 9C1 with an increase in the budget to 500,000 based on best knowledge of where the money comes from.
Motion's been made. Is there a second? Second. Been seconded by Director Wattenberg. Let me ask a question. This 175 had a purpose. You're up to 500,000, which I think you intended to be part of that promise of the 3 contributions a year by the member states for 10 years, which means that the 500 is actually 325. I need some clarification there.
No, the request would be to a total 500K budget under the lure that they're budgeting 500, and I'm going to try and get them to match.
All right, so your 175 that's already purposed,
Yeah,
can fit that deal of 500 each.
I'm asking for an increase to 325 for a total of 500K.
I got
budget.
that. I got
Okay.
that. Okay, I think the answer to my question is yes. All right. Further discussion. The motion is to amend staff recommendation from 175 to adopt staff recommendation with a change of 175 to 500,000. Director McLeod.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This letter from the Dolores Water Conservancy District could well have been written by the Upper Gunnison River Water Conservancy District. We've invested heavily in cloud seeding over the last 15 years. And Joe, with his new equipment and these new locations, is going to make it a significantly better program. I can't tell you how hard this young man works for getting this equipment up there. I actually negotiated the contract for that equipment he showed you there, and it is a different corporate mentality, I can tell you that. But in addition to that, as Director Eklund pointed out, this is one of the 3 prongs of our contingency plan, and our investment in it so far has been pretty light, considering the significance of that plan. Thirdly, I would say we've tried this once before, and we've met some resistance in the General Assembly. So I think it's going to be incumbent upon us as board members to speak with our good senator and convince him of the value of this program.
Thank you. Director Yon.
I know the senator of which you speak. So this is new to me. So just to help me maybe explain better to him. And you all say good luck with that. Right. But no, so when you say there's 3,000 acre feet that is potentially created by this, where does it come from? I mean, I'm a downstream surface user, so I think that once you use it here, it's a lost opportunity.
Downstream effects, robbing Peter to pay Paul. Been answering that question for 15 years, and I've been wrapping my mind around how to say it best.
Okay.
But one of the things that's most interesting about cloud seeding is you have to understand what is a natural precip going over the mountains. The shallow orographic storms going up over the mountain ranges. Okay, they rise and cool, and that increases the precip process, and that's why there's 200 inches at Vail. And then it warms and descends out onto the plains. And the mechanisms that would make a lot of snow on the plains are different than the ones that carry it over the mountains. So if something winds around and pounds the plains, it didn't track over the mountains. If something tracks over the mountains, it doesn't make a lot on the plains. And sometimes the whole state's blanketed in snow. But through modeling and studies and Google searches and data and whatever and policy statements, you will not find that doing this in one area is going to injure another. And just for my own curiosity, based on all the issues we've had, I've graphed all the plains data around the region and look for a trend pre and post. And Sterling has 14 inches of precip 100 years ago, 50 years ago, 25 years ago, last year. That's the average annual precip, and the mountains are very similar. Furthermore, if you kind of graph the data by period of month, it's interesting that the plains will get 5 inches of precip out of winter no matter what year it is. And if you have a good water year out on the plains, it's really about what happened May through October. Did the rains come? So there is, Wyoming did a lot of this, and they did the modeling of the seeding process and the natural ones, concluded that 99.9% of the available precip is still available 40, 100, 200 miles down. And then furthermore, if you look at what's generating the precip that comes through here, it's the oceans of Earth. So that system, the argument's not pennies on a dollar, it's pennies in a bathtub. If you go look at a good winter system coming through the U.S., there's going to be 5 or 6 states. Colorized water vapor maps are just wonderful to show that, 500 miles of water vapor tracking across the U.S. It's just really hard to deplete that to a point where it's going to injure someone down there.
Director McLeod.
Joe touched on this, but I think he should have emphasized it a little bit more. The state of Wyoming did an extensive multi-million-dollar, multi-year study, and that was one of the concerns that Wyoming had. And they have very good scientific data demonstrating what Joe has just said, that the shadowing, the downwind shadowing is virtually non-existent. It doesn't happen. Now, I can't tell you that personally, but I have looked at that study. It is available online, and they did a very good job of analyzing that question and answering it affirmatively, that there is virtually no effect.
No, that helps, Joe. And it helped me kind of visualize it a little bit when you talked about the stream from the oceans coming across. Maybe it's one of the North Sterling drawing out of the Mississippi River. It's a small amount, and it really doesn't affect anyone downstream that much. And it's at different times.
For the record, this is not how I hoped our relationship would start.
He's on your side.
I just have to ask the question.
Okay. And whatever I can do to be helpful to you, please let me know.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So just a question, Joe, for you. I just want to understand some of the history. Past annual funding has been, is it 175 for the
Yes.
last
Okay.
several years?
So if you go back all the way in history, and I'll tell you kind of what happened, because you missed it. Mike King got to see it. It started off with, 20 grand in 2004, creeped up 50, 75. Then it was at 175 for 5 or 6 years. Then we decided it was time for an increase. Staff requested an increase to 300. Senator showed up to the board meeting and argued it was, not a good program, and that money was needed for groundwater. And then it was changed in the construction fund bill that money was allocated to groundwater pumping, and then the weather mod was kept at the same level. So that's the history in that.
And that's kind of why I'm asking. In as much as we are now considering a tripling of that, will that continue to be matched dollar for dollar by lower basin states?
They are budgeting that, and I will do everything I can to get them to match it. And our history shows over 10 years, the 2.6 and 2.6, they have done that. Yes, I do think that they will match us.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Are we ready to vote? With the value changed from 175 to 500,000, please say aye. Aye. All opposed, no. Motion carries.
Thank you very much.
Before we move into agenda item 9C2, I wanted to, I probably should have before Joe stood up, but the idea that we rearrange some funding, I think we made room for about $700,000 with some reduction in other ideas that we presented at the September meeting. So there is room for this additional funding, as well as the request from CDPHE. So we are in good shape with the money, and we are within the spending limits that were established for the September meeting. So next agenda item is item 9C2. And presenting this one.
Steve Miller for the record. I should have taken my chance to go before Joe when I had it, because I don't have a girlfriend. I don't have any vacation plans. I don't. But I did get a favorable reaction at the Finance Committee, and don't think there was any opposition. So I think I'm still in the hopper for 500,000. This would basically be the third time we funded something like this. We funded 250,000 out of the construction fund to do some technical assistance with potential salinity control program. Came back a couple of years later, we got 500,000 to help people get into the RCPP, that's USDA's Regional Conservation Partnership Program. We spent both of those authorizations down. I've got about 100,000 left in the salinity funding source, and we're going to use that this spring and next summer for the next round of salinity grants. Each of those two previous efforts were restricted either by geography or type of program. So we specifically said the salinity program in the Gunnison with the first 250. Then we said specifically the RCPP program. There's really a lot of other opportunities out there for federal funding to help irrigators. And so this broadens it, makes the next effort would be statewide, and any federal program that would provide implementation dollars for irrigation improvement projects we can participate in. I developed criteria for both of those two previous authorizations. If this one goes forward, we probably want to merge those criteria, maybe modify them some. The previous two efforts turned out to not have to go to a competitive process because they were limited in scope, and we just dealt directly with the potential applicants. So I could see us refining that criteria a little bit. And then actually, if I'd like to see this evolve maybe into a fund like some of the other programs where we continually refresh and keep this opportunity open for other people, future applicants. But right now, if we could get 250,000, I'm pretty sure we could spend it over the next year to year and a half. The River District has a second application for an RCP program. That's where the bulk of that 500,000 authorization is gone. We were doing some design work with them that either the federal agencies are slow at getting to or for some reason cannot cost share in. And so we've kind of tried to plug gaps and get that project moving. And if we get this third authorization, we'll just continue doing that with a slightly larger audience and make it available statewide.
Questions or comments? What's your pleasure? Director McLeod.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. At our meeting in Del Norte, we approved allocating the bulk of this fund to the RCPP program in the Lower Gunnison Basin, and I can tell you that it was instrumental in making sure that that program moved forward. It's still like turning a battleship to get it going, but I would move that we approve the staff recommendation.
There's a second. Motion has been made by Director McLeod, second by Director Smith for adopting staff recommendation. Is there discussion on the motion? None appearing. All in favor of the motion, please say aye. Aye. All opposed, no. Motion carries. All right, 9C3.
Hey, good afternoon. Kevin Reedy, CWCB staff for the record. Yeah, I got nothing compared to Joe. I don't know. I can't really say. Maybe I should have gotten a girl from me for this one. I don't know, but we'll just. I guess my wife wouldn't really like that. I hope she's not listening because that would be bad. So, all right, let's rewind. Okay. So I'm coming to you, the board today to talk about a pretty big item here, and it's a request for $1,100,000 for what I'm calling the Colorado Water Loss Control Initiative. And just a little background on this. This has been a really big topic in the municipal water provider world, at least in the last couple of years. A lot of movement on it, a lot of talk about it. It's been around for a long time. There's been varying degrees of this. But it's really gotten a lot of traction in the last 5 years, specifically on statewide programs. And so this is kind of the timely part of this is why I'm bringing this forward now, because it really ties in with the water plan, our next SWASI update, and what we know from SWASI on water loss and what's happening in other states. So really, I want to talk about this. It's really we're talking about a comprehensive program, training program for water providers, technical review and assistance, and data validation. And I'm looking at the pool across the state. About 165 water providers I kind of targeted for this. As you know, covered entities are the larger providers in the state. So there's about 83 of those across. They deliver about 2,000 acre feet or more a year. So that's where our kind of bang for the buck would come from the quantity side. But there's a lot of water providers who are struggling with this issue too, who are a lot smaller that could use this technical assistance to work on their water loss issues. And the idea is to have to train up these 165 urban water systems over about a 24 to 30 month period. So it's over a kind of a longer time, but it's really to train them up on this American Water Works Association M36 methodology, which is the standard methodology right now. And it really came about really from the early, the 90s, really. It started in Britain, came over to the United States, AWWA picked it up and has really refined it over the last 15, 20 years. And now it's becoming a very, as I mentioned before. But really, if we back up a little bit, back 15, we presented to the board here on some workshops that we did to try to pilot this opportunity. Who would be interested? Is this an issue for folks in Colorado? Are people interested in this? So we carried out 3 workshops, pilot workshops, Water Efficiency Grant Fund, and we were able to do $3,000, which is pretty good. It was a 1-day workshop, so it just kind of scratched the surface of this idea. It was a lot of really good support from the folks and went through it. And I think we got about 20. I asked folks, hey, since you did the workshop, would you want to, we're going to try to go forward with this. And we got some really good response from that. Well, that's great too. So what we're really talking about is really capacity building. This is, it goes beyond, it goes beyond just kind of saying, okay, here's a day-long thing. This is going to be a 2-year program where it's an iterative process. And as you see from the rough draft, the outline for the project itself in the backup, I try to kind of capture as much as I could without going too far because, there's some things that could change with this. But it's really an iterative process where we work with these water providers over that much time and have them go back, pull data, look at their systems, learn about their systems more, come back with these trained experts that we would have to carry out these workshops and the trainings, and really have this go back and forth for a while until they're ready to take that on themselves. And it's really, to get them to the place where they can do these water audits of their distribution systems independently, and they don't have to come back to us for help. And that's the idea. Now, this doesn't go as far as replacing leaky pipes or replacing meters for them, but it really gets them the diagnostic of their system so they can understand what's actually going on in their system, so they can direct resources more efficiently to those problems. Because one utility might have more of a problem with leaky pipes, or more of a problem with theft, or more of a problem with inaccurate meters. It all depends on what's going on in that system, but this gives them the tools to really delve into their own system and figure out what's actually happening, and gives them the tools to do this in perpetuity after that. The other aspect of this is really a water audit quality. Really getting everybody on the same page and using the same methodology, or at least most of that same methodology. There might be some changes. A utility might choose not to use everything that they're taught, but at least it gets them on the same page, roughly with the same methodology, so that we know we can direct other resources. If they need something from like a water efficiency grant perspective, I know who needs more help, or if you're having trouble with this aspect, maybe we can bring in other help in the interim to figure this out. But also, this definitely ties in with this next SWASI update and the Colorado's water plan, in that we will have a much better picture of what that water loss looks like statewide. Right now from SWASI 2010, we've got this idea that there could be a certain amount of loss out there. But that was not, it was based on self-reported ideas, but it wasn't using this methodology. So in that respect, we're going to have a much better picture of how much of the gap could be taken care of through water loss accounting, and also how much of that gap is not really, real gap. It's paper water. It's water loss that's on paper, whether, it could be the meters or something like that. So that helps that utility as well to kind of handle their financial bottom line in terms of revenue. If they're not getting money for the water that they're sending out there, or they're undercharging for it, it's a good thing. They can do that. Let's see. And also too, I think program effectiveness is a big part of this too. We want to kind of roll this out in a statewide effort because it's going to be much more efficient to do this across the board in one time, instead of trying to, having piecemeal, folks coming in for grants every, couple every year. I think we're just not going to get to that point where we want to get to, looking at that way. I mentioned other states. Georgia has had a lot of really good success with this. They've actually saved a lot of water down the road. I saw an example between 2012 and 2014 that they thought that they'd reduced their non-revenue water for about 3 billion gallons across the state, which is not a ton in the grand scheme of things, but over a couple-year period with better data validation where they were very secure in the findings, they knew that they were actually making some headway on that. And then if you continue this over a long period of time, you're going to be really reducing that non-revenue water over time. California, they actually went the legislative route. They passed a piece of legislation in 2015. So they've got 450 utilities going through this same type of training now. We wanted to try to avoid the legislative route. We wanted to try to do an incentive-based route, like as this board has expressed many times. And I think that's a really important way. That's how we do things here, I think. Wanted to kind of get out ahead of that. Also, New Mexico is doing this a slightly different way, but they're doing a limited version of this. And actually, one of our pilot projects, the one in the workshop in Grand Junction, realized that 2 state of Utah folks had come over to attend the workshop. Utah is talking about it, and I just heard Arizona is seriously considering doing this as well. So these things are happening. We're not on the bleeding edge. we're kind of on the cutting edge still, which is good. We don't want to be too much on the bleeding edge on this, but other folks are finding some good things with this. And so I think I'll just kind of finish up with this, how it kind of ties back in the water plan. We have a section in the water conservation part that talks about supporting water utilities through technical and financial resources. And I had given a big old list of things, of ideas, techniques such as water budgets. And I really purposely put the M36 methodology of water law audits and loss control in there because I knew that it was an important part of us going forward. And it can kind of anchor, it's a real foundational best practice that really every utility should be doing. And I think it really anchors this kind of quest for the 400,000 acre foot goal for conservation as well. And as I mentioned before, we really identified that in Swazi as a big issue. So to kind of sum it up, this is really a way to look at economically recoverable losses from a utility's perspective. We're not asking them to go out and do all the bells and whistles of whatever somebody says they should be doing, but it's really looking at what they need to get out of their system and what they can do economically in terms of getting that loss kind of controlled. And as I mentioned before, this is really an internationally tested and supported best practice, and it really sits down into that no and low regrets actions of the water plan, Colorado's water plan. So I think that is about all I have. I know this isn't everybody's bailiwick, so please pepper me with questions because I know it's not everybody's thing. It's not on the top of your list. Maybe you have different interests and everything else, but I would entertain questions at this point.
Questions or comments? Director Wells.
Thanks, Kevin. When we had the timber, I had some questions about how so much money for training. I think the outline that you have now explains a little better that there's sort of constant contact with the consultants and reiteration and that sort of thing. So I think it makes it more understandable and will hopefully to the legislature as well.
Okay.
So there are not other comments. I would move staff's recommendation on item 9C3.
And I second. Motion has been made and seconded on 9C3. Is there discussion on the motion? None appearing. All in favor of the motion, which is staff recommendation, be adopted, please say aye. Those opposed, please say no. Motion carries.
Thank you so much.
Next item is 9D1.
Kirk Russell, Finance Section Chief. I always entertained by Joe Busto. As I was sitting there thinking he's going to be on a cruise ship going across the ocean and entertaining, I'm sure, a lot of folks on that ship. So, Joe, we wish you well. And if the captain says, Joe, don't make me turn this ship around, I don't think he really will. Okay, the last item in the list of projects bill items is letter D, the large water project financing authorization. And the first item on the list, number one, is with the Northern Colorado Water Conservancy District Municipal Subdistrict, and it's in regard to the Windy Gap firming project. And I shared with the board some details at the Finance Committee of how this moved into the idea of providing a loan to the municipal subdistrict as a pooled financing option. And as things occurred, we received the funds from Aurora, and the timing was right to utilize those funds and roll it into another large project that will not only provide us a better interest rate than some of our other opportunities, but also it gives us an opportunity to support a great project. And Eric Wilkinson has joined us, and I asked him if he would speak a little bit about how this has maybe changed the approach that the sub-district has been moving. I know it has taken a long time with their permitting, and maybe there's some reality related to getting things done when money starts to align. And so, Eric, if you don't mind coming up and talking a little bit about the status of the project, and then I'll come back and talk a little bit about the financing side.
Welcome, Eric.
Thank you. For the record, I'm Eric Wilkinson. I'm the General Manager of the Municipal Subdistrict, Northern Colorado Water Conservancy District. It's a real honor to be in front of you. And I want to thank you first for your continued leadership for the state of Colorado in regard to water planning and water management. I don't know how the state would do it without this board. You've done a very, very good job. Want to tell you, we have just completed last month the 13th year in our NEPA compliance in regard to the Windy Gap firming, and knock on wood, hopefully within the next couple months, the Army Corps of Engineers will see fit to issue us our final 404 permit for that project, and we can start to move forward. We are in the design phase. We've retained MWH, now Stantec, and GEI. We've perforated now most of the dam site out there in regard to drill holes and test pits for that design. So that gives our participants some hope for the future after 13 years of dogging through this. I have to tell you that a month ago, I would have not suspected what has happened in the last 30 days, thanks to Colorado Water Conservation Board. Our participants were a little afraid by the process we've gone through, and to get them to sit down and actually talk about financing was a little bit, I'll say, scattered. A month ago, I would have bet quite a bit the participants were going to go out and get their own financing or cash and bring it to the table to finance this project. And as you can imagine, trying to herd 12 participants to come to a point where we're ready to sign a construction contract to do that was going to be a fearful task for us, and we were not looking forward to it. The proposal that has been brought to the participants really was a catalyst to bring those participants together. And I mean, they gelled almost immediately. We got the proposal or the discussion with Kirk. We decided to have a special meeting of the participants. We had that on October 28th. And every participant and their financing officer was there, along with some of their bond counsels, if they had them. We went from what I thought was 12 participants that would either bring cash or separate financing to the table to 10 fully committed participants that want to go into the pooled financing, and one that was planning on going forward independently, but now is seriously considering pooled financing as a result of your potential actions. And one of our participants, just so you can do the math and come up with 12, has an ordinance that they cannot do financing for the project. They have to bring cash to the table. So we've got 11, 10 for sure, 11 expressing an interest to do this. The difference that this has made cannot be overstated, I don't think. In addition to the moral boost it gave to actually, there's 20 to 25% of the financing available. It's kind of the light at the end of the tunnel that came on. It also is going to help us, as you can imagine, in the bond market. If you go into the bond market with 20 to 25% financing of the project, you're going to get a better interest rate, and you're going to get a better term on your interest. The challenge now that we're working with the participants, and they've charged staff and our legal counsel to work on, are the allotment contracts that will allot the storage space in the reservoir and assure the payback to Colorado Water Conservation Board should you go ahead and approve this type of thing. Obviously, we need to finalize the loan. We realize this is a commitment on the projects bill, and we know what it will take to do that, but we're fully committed to do that. We very much appreciate what you're doing, and while I am standing up here, I would be very much amiss if I didn't tell this board how appreciative the municipal subdistrict is and continues to be for all the efforts that the Colorado Water Conservation Board is doing for the Windy Gap Firming project. Not only are you proposing this type of financial arrangement for us, but you've also set aside $2.2 million for the bypass channel, which hopefully someday we can figure out how that's going to work and water rights for it, which brings me to the other great expression of gratitude is the work that your staff is putting in on this. Linda Bassey, Jeff Basler, Jen Neely have done an Herculean effort, and before Jen, Susan Snyder have done a Herculean effort, it's just some days it's a little frustrating, but we'll get that taken care of too. But your support of the Windy Gap Firming project has been demonstrated in at least 3 different ways, and I want to tell you on behalf of the participants and on behalf of me and on behalf of the staff, we can't thank you enough for that.
Thank you, Eric. Any questions or comments for Eric while he's there? Dr. Yan.
Thanks for coming, Eric, and for your input here. And I just want to say that I think this is a perfect use of our funds to help you get this project off the ground. And I know it's a big part of our basin implementation for our identified projects and processes to get those built and to meet part of our gap. And it also is a big help to keep agriculture from being dried up. So I look forward to this being built, and I thank you for coming here.
Very much. Appreciate it. Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Eric. What else, Kirk?
Thank you, Eric. So this is a little bit different than our normal approach to approving loans. We have asked the municipal subdistrict to come back to the board when we finalize some of the details of the final contractual arrangement. But because of the timing of things, we felt it was important to get this into the project's bill as an authorized project to the amount that's being requested, the $90 million. And that was all understood. And so you will, before we do enter into an agreement, as presented in concept here, the district will return to this board for final approval. Of note, I think there was some, included in the information in the packet, the understanding between us and the municipal subdistrict as we move forward through the process. We wanted to establish, it was a letter of intent. And in that, there's still some uncertainty of the interest rate. As Mike Broad indicated, it was best to borrow money yesterday than it was today. And I think the municipal subdistrict will be watching that as well. So I think we're securing this money through I think 2018. So with that, I guess I would ask for approval of the staff recommendation to add this to the projects bill in 2017.
Dr. Yon.
I would so move staff recommendation.
Motion's been made. Is there a second? Motion seconded by Director Wells to adopt staff recommendation, and I'm assuming that it's meant to be both sentences in the staff recommendation location that includes the additional condition of the final approval of an application will come back here, right? Yeah. Okay, questions or discussion on the motion? Not appearing, we're ready for the vote. All in favor of adopting staff recommendation on 9D1, please say aye. Aye. All opposed, no. Motion carries.
Thank you. As I move into the last item on the projects bill list, this is a big projects bill. We're looking a total of $165 million in projects, and certainly exciting times for us. The dismal report on revenue. I think we've got a lot to celebrate here, and certainly this last item number 9D, has been in the process for several years. It's an endurance test, I'm sure, for Director Smith. This project was originally authorized by this board in November of 2011 for $30 million, and it's a cooperative project in the Rio Grande, which included the Beaver Park Reservoir that was recently completed, and the board was able to see. This request is to add $10 million to the original authorization that had those two projects included, and we will just change the statute upwards to the $10 million for a total of $40 million to allow us to continue with this effort. And with that, I think it would be important to have Director Smith update the board on where we are with the project as well.
Director Smith.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Kirk. Of course, this project, as Kirk has described, takes on a life of its own. We're currently in a land exchange with the Forest Service. I think I updated the board at the last meeting. It has been signed off by the state director of the BLM for a partial revocation. It's been sent off to Washington. I'm not sure what happens now when the request gets sent to Washington and all that's taken place in the transition. We have had tremendous help from our congressional members about the timeliness of this project now, and each year's delay costs real dollars in getting us to construction. And so, and I think it's just appropriate for me before we have more discussion to just disclose I will recuse myself from this agenda item and will not be voting, and make sure the record reflects that, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
Further discussion?
Nope, I think that's all I have. I'm ready for a motion.
Okay, what's your pleasure? Or if there's no discussion, we're ready for a motion. Director McLeod.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move approval of the staff recommendation.
Motion has been made and seconded to approve staff recommendation on item 9D2. Is there any discussion on the motion? And appearing, we'll proceed to vote. All in favor of the motion, please say aye. Aye. All opposed, no. Motion carries, and the record will reflect that Director Smith did not participate in the vote. Okay. We're ready for agenda item 10, success stories. Wow. Just what we need at 3 o'clock in the afternoon. Good news. We'll just wait a minute here while Eric tries to figure out what he's doing to us.
Okey-dokey.
Or we figure out what he's doing to us.
That's a good policy.
All set? Is this your first time, Corey?
It is.
Well, good luck.
Well, thank you. Well, let me put that. That's not on record yet, so let's get that. This is on record item agenda number 10. Thank you for the board for having me this opportunity. Corey Elliott, CWCB staff, and I guess this would be some sort of initiation procedure. I don't know, for new staff, but I'll go ahead and get started. We have a local success story. Varda Blum from Boulder County Transportation will be sharing her success story on what this hazard mapping program effort is going underway here for the next multi-year endeavor. Here is the current study progress for the update of the floodplain mapping. It's kind of hard to see here, but in the St. Vrain, Big Thompson area, you can see in yellow, that is year 1, year 2 is blue in the South Platte. These stream miles, a total 683 roughly total stream miles being studied. And now a little bit of background on CHAMP, on what this program hopes to accomplish and strive for, and what it's currently doing. I'll get into that before our guest speaker for today. So the impact on resiliency this program has, CHAMP provides an open forum for other ongoing recovery efforts, and also utilization of best available data for resilient actions. This is also a collaborative partnership, allows to coordinate on various mitigation actions. As you see here in the picture is a good example of that work being done, as well as data sharing throughout our collaborative partnership. Also, one thing I want to leave with you is the state versus federal funded. Getting back to this is Senate Bill 15245, updating the floodplain mapping areas with for the flood impacted areas. This is a unified approach, and what the state funded program allows for is being able to address local needs, prioritize needs, and address any of those concerns or questions throughout the throughout this long multi-year endeavor, this process. It takes a multi-year process as well, you all know. And also I'll leave it with innovation, continue to use cost-effective, reliable remote sensing technology is part of this program. I think it's very important to collaborate and continue to coordinate amongst all other partners and stakeholders that are involved in this larger effort to help minimize cost and get the best benefit for the end user. And now I would like to welcome Arda, guest speaker. Thank you.
Good afternoon, board members. My name is Varda Bloom. I'm the floodplain administrator for Boulder County, and I'm pretty excited to be here today and be able to tell you how much we appreciate all this floodplain mapping that's going on in Boulder County. And I'm going to back up a little in Corey's slides just to tell you a little bit more about what's going on in Boulder County. Boulder County, as a lot of you guys know, is that bottom left quadrant of the map with all those squiggly lines. So if those squiggly lines are streams and represent where floodplain mapping is happening, you can see there's a lot of lines in Boulder County. We're getting 220 miles of floodplain mapping through this program. And just to put it in perspective, you know, a study that happened in Boulder County about 7 years ago that was like 6 miles long took a lot of staff time to do outreach, to, you know, a lot of appeals, all this kind of thing. And we're talking 220 miles coming over the next 2 years. So we're pretty excited to have that opportunity. It's going to be, it has been, and it will continue to be an adventure. I thought to put it in context of what this mapping means to us, it would be useful to look a little bit at Boulder County's flood history and at their floodplain management history. I'll give you guys just a second to look at that and to see how the dates correlate across. When you're looking at the floodplain management history, you can see that county floodplain regulations were adopted in 1969. Now, I'm sure all of you can go over to the left-hand column and figure out why that happened. You're looking in the left-hand column and you see that there were floods in 1969. So the commissioners probably and their staff figured we better do what we can to have some regulations so that people are building safe, so that there's resilient buildings, so it's less hazard where people are building. So you can see the direct correlation between the dates of the flood and the dates of the first county floodplain regulations. You go a little further down and you see the Big Thompson flood. And then you look on the right-hand column and you see that the county joined the FEMA National Flood Insurance Program. After the county joined the FEMA National Flood Insurance Program, the majority of the floodplain mapping in unincorporated Boulder County happened in the early 1980s. For you techno geeks out there, I don't know, kind of a show of hands so I know how many geeks I've got that know about HEC-RAS and HEC-2, and I got 2, 3 geeks, 4. Okay, we got 4 folks that know about the different kinds of floodplain mapping. So most of Boulder County studies were done in the early 1980s and done in HEC-2. By this point, our studies have been converted into PDF files, and if anybody wants them, they're stuck with having to convert them from old PDFs into like new input. It's pretty old to have 35-year-old studies. I'm sure there are other communities that have older ones, but that's pretty old. Those studies were digitized a bunch of different times to be put into the county's databases and into the county's GIS systems, and ultimately in 2012 appeared on FEMA's DFIRMs, the flood insurance rate maps. And when over time they were converted into the DFIRMs, they were shifted. So if we're going back to this original slide that Corey was showing, the many squiggly lines are the canyon part of Boulder County, and then to the east of that would be the plains part. So in in the canyon parts, we're very narrow due to errors in GIS and all kinds of GIS speak type things that went on. The studies got shifted. So if you're looking at that slide right now, a lot of the original studies, if they're shown by the red lines, were shifted onto the rate map, so they're the blue lines. So a lot of the studies are not actually, that insurance folks are using, aren't over the streams anymore. And when you're doing just a little bit of floodplain permitting and things like that, that's okay. You can figure it out. You can pull out your detailed study. But having maps that don't inspire confidence is not a good thing when you're trying to do flood recovery. I think more than the technical aspect, having to go through this long explanation of why the map is not over the stream, that just really doesn't look good. And it's not just, this happens to be in Raymond Riverside, on the middle of St. Vrain, but the same situation is on almost all the canyon streams to some respect or other. For the techie folks out there, there are shifts so that one side of the floodplain is 50 feet higher in elevation than the other, so they're up on the sides of hills. Folks are having floodplain, the people in front of the computer that tell you about your insurance requirements in Texas, they don't seem to think it's a problem that the streams aren't under the maps, and so they tell these folks that they are in this and that class of insurance, and it just erodes people's confidence to be continually trying to fight with crazy maps. So that is one of our first problems. But like I was saying, if you're only doing a little bit of permitting, you're not in a post-flood recovery, you can deal with that. You can sit with each person that's coming in and you can pull out the detailed study. You can take the time to explain to them what's going on. But as the volume increases, you can see that we don't have endless one-to-one staff to resident resources to go through what's needed to handhold and inspire confidence. So that was one of our first problems that I came down to talk to, Kevin Hauk and to Twee and to a bunch of folks soon after the flood. To begin with, our maps are just so old that people can't use them, and there's a lot of errors. If you look at, actually want to go back to here a little bit. One thing that when you're looking at the floodplain management history is to think about what the goals of floodplain management is. We were saying that, you want to talk about safety and you identify hazards and resilience. So to do that, you need maps. So you know where you're regulating, and you need code. And then the third part is that you want people to be getting insurance so that you don't have blight when everything floods. So it's a combination of regulations, maps, and insurance. To that end, the county has floodplain regulations. They belong to the National Flood Insurance Program. They have to have regulations. But if you look at over time, how it was looking in terms of people getting permit, I'd say the average amount of permits per year were 15 or 20 permits per year. And some of those were super simple. They weren't in the stream. They were maybe like a barn or something. So some of them were pretty easy. So maybe 5, 6, 8 complicated permits in the floodway every year. If you jump down to 2013, when the flood happened in September, the 2013 permits, probably most of those were in the after flood 2013. And then you look at 2014, where there were 190 floodplain development permits. There's not time to explain to people what's wrong with the maps. There's barely time to figure out what's wrong with the maps and to, help people out with that. The other thing is almost all of those permits were in the floodway. So they required hydraulic analysis, HEC 2 being converted to HEC RAS. I mean, these were not simple permits, and the maps were making them a lot worse. And it's not going to be done in the foreseeable future with all the stream restoration work still going on, the road rebuilding. There's a lot still going on. You see that in 2016, I think we have about 120 permits already, and hopefully we will be permitting a whole bunch more in the next month or two of stream restoration. So a lot of permits still going on. When right after the flood, we started doing permitting, we're saying we're trying to have resilience. This here is Gold Run, which is off of 4 Mile, which is off of Boulder Creek in Boulder Canyon. there was a lot of destruction in Gold Run, but it's actually not a mapped floodplain. So when it came time for folks to come in for rebuilding permits of some of these homes that were wiped out in the road, we didn't have floodplain mapping up there. So fairly quickly, the county adopted some new regulations. So at the time of the land use review process, hazards could be identified. But there should have been floodplain mapping up there, or, at this point, we think there should be. So when we got the interim or advisory mapping, it's sort of hard to tell kind of in this lighting. There was some mapping in Gold Run, but it was really patchy. You can see that doesn't look like what floodplain maps usually looks like. So that also didn't inspire confidence amongst people. Anyhow, accelerating. In addition to the old maps, some of the other problems post-flood that we're having is that the streams moved. So even if our old maps were great, if you look at these, pre and post-flood, this is Apple Valley, upstream from Lyons. You can see the pre-flood channel and the post-flood channel, totally different place. So to be using old studies would not work. So we're pretty excited that the state bill happened. We advocated for it. We are really excited to be working with CWCB on it. What's been really nice about it is the continuing dialogue to make sure that the study is really going to meet the county's need. It would be really possible for CWCB to have hired a consultant to go do this 220 miles of mapping and to talk to us not much at all. But instead, from the very beginning, we've been talking back and forth. In our family, we don't call me cheap, we call me thrifty. So I'm very thrifty with my own life, and I've tried to apply that to the state's money as well. Like, I'm not going to have people go map stuff that's about to have road work. So it's a collaborative process between us to say, hey, this area really needs new maps, but, maybe not, because maybe the road work can take care of it. Let's not waste the state's money with that. Or, the state's consultant will suggest to me a section that I hadn't thought of, or a way that maybe we should get it done. So there was, from the very beginning, a lot of discussion of which reaches to map. The state has been corresponding all along the way with us, because as some of you guys know, there's still tons of road work going on. So we're trying to work around the road work, and we've made mistakes. The surveyors have gone out early occasionally. So then we try and figure out, can we use that? Like, how do we not waste money on this? And I've made mistakes where I've told the schedule wrong, but we're pretty understanding of each other's mistakes, because that's what collaboration is. You can't get it all right. So we've been working on that. What's been really important, especially because we have probably 100 plus private access bridges that were wiped out, is the state sharing data with us all along the way. Sure, it would be possible for just the finished product to be delivered, but we've got so many people, like you saw, like 130 permits going on, that need to do hydraulic analysis. They have to submit their no-rise analysis. They have to have survey. They have to have models. And we've been able to get, in a timely fashion, whatever data is available. The state has worked with us to get it to our residents and other folks doing projects. So that's really nice. We just received the draft floodplain maps for a large portion of the county about a couple of weeks ago. And the state has understood the counties. Now, this is the important part. So those of you guys on your computers, look up a second, because I feel like I'm talking to myself a little bit. The important part is that we've gotten these draft maps I'm just kidding. You don't have to look up from your computers. That we've gotten these draft maps really early in the process. And that's not how it always happens with FEMA mapping. You might get it pretty further down from now, like a year and a half later, giving people a much shorter time to weigh in. If what we want is resident buy-in to these maps, we have to go out and talk to them about them early enough so that they can give their comments about what might have changed since the LiDAR was flown and that kind of stuff. And the state has been very supportive. Knowing the whole timeline from the beginning and having this be a really structured program, the county was able to commit resources as well. So the county has committed resources to contract for additional staff and technical review, so that, and that's not also not always common, that the community itself is putting resources into the review of the mapping so that we're making sure that it meets our residents' need. It's a lot easier for us that know the county to do that than necessarily the state, but we're doing it together as they support us to go out and get our residents' comments, which I hope in the long run will make the adoption process easier. The last part of the cooperation that's really important is that since we have so many projects going on that are trying to save money, that while this mapping is going on, there is a lot of change still going on. So despite that we have been told at the county many, many times what the deadlines are for getting projects into the mapping, we continue to beg on a daily or every other day basis, say, hey, you know, there's this other project and they're finishing up and they really don't want to spend $10,000 preparing a map revision. Is there any way we can get them in? And they don't tell me to go away. They go back and say, well, we'll get back to you. And sometimes there's a yes and sometimes there's a no, but we're collaborating and trying to make life easier for all these folks doing the projects. So as a result of knowing that these maps were coming, but that it would be 3 years before, at least before the FEMA adoption, or they went effective on the FEMA maps, the county changed their regulations. Just a month ago, we worked on them for about a year so that we can adopt draft maps as best available data. Previously, it was sort of like a secret in the back pocket if you had better data, and someone would come in and say, well, what about this? And you'd be like, oh, well, I have this best data, just because there wasn't much best data. And so there wasn't really a process. But in the year since we found out about the mapping, we changed our code so that we can adopt the draft map, so that there's a process so that people can locally appeal as we adopt them, and then we can be using them for more resilient planning in a very, very transparent way, which you can imagine in Boulder County is kind of important because folks are pretty much aware and stay on top of these things. So I think it's really important that we adopt the maps in a very transparent process, and we'll be able to do that because we received the draft maps. And we will start regulating to them probably in January or February because we got them early as opposed to 3 years from now. And that's going to be super important for all these engineers that want the HEC-RAS, not the HEC-2, that want to be able to look on our websites to find out what the maps really are. Already, you know, I was trying to count how come to the meeting and tell them how many reviews have been changed by the mapping. And I thought, well, that's kind of hard because some of them are changed because we know the mapping is coming. Some of them are changed because we give them data. Some of them are changed because, you know, at a very early part of the planning process, we can tell folks that if you build your house there, you'll never be able to like expand it later because it's going to become floodway. It's not now. So it's hard to really count whether it's 10, 20, 30 projects that have already been impacted. And there will be many, many, many more. I think probably the biggest impact to all the residents is that, as I said in the beginning, the more reliable our maps are, the more they reflect the crazy world post-flood. I mean, people are looking at moved streams and they want to know that you've got that. And as long as their knowledge of what is going on is reflected in the maps and they look reliable, I think we will have more resident confidence and we'll have more buy-in for resilient recovery. Moving forward, so now we're in the middle of this mapping process. We're looking forward to the state support we've been receiving. We're looking forward to continued cooperation at incorporating all those projects that we're begging to get incorporated into the mapping. And we look forward to continued dialogue. And I wrote continued dialogue around risk identification because there's erosion mapping that would go on, but it's also just continued dialogue as we keep getting these new projects completed, these new roads, the state to be our advocate when we talk with FEMA about that the maps need more updating or that we need to incorporate these things to best identify hazards and risks. And finally, when continued dialogue isn't only around risk identification, as we work closely together and get to know each other, the chance of having successful other projects and calling each other on the phone instead of writing carefully worded emails, the chances of that go up. So the more we get to work together on this, I think we're creating a base to work on other things together too. So thank you.
Thank you.
Just want to thank Boulder County Transportation for their continued engagement throughout this process. They're a good steward of what this program has to offer, and hopefully continue our partnership in the coming years. Thank you.
Okay. Any questions or comments? All right, we're all done. Thank you all very much. Item 11, water efficiency grant application. Ben, it's yours.
Thank you. For the record, Ben Wade, CWCB staff. And this is a water efficiency grant application for the town of Frisco. They're the fiscal agent on this particular project to develop a regional water efficiency plan for the Blue River watershed. Like I said, they are the fiscal agent, but they're going to partner up with 4 other entities in this region: the town of Breckenridge, Silverthorne, Dillon, and also Copper Mountain Consolidated Metro District. The only almost covered entity is Breckenridge. They kind of hover around that 2,000 acre foot threshold there, and the rest are all non-covered entities. And their plan, this regional plan, is just going to create 5 individual plans for these entities, and then consolidate and find opportunities that can be identified throughout that Blue River watershed, either collectively or individually. This particular, or these plans, they have varying estimated water savings throughout this region. Some of the big providers in here will focus their savings on residential and commercial water use, and the other smaller ones are just going to focus on saving water just overall by a couple percentages. One of the actions that was laid out in the water plan section 6.3.1 is to help the state continue to implement statewide conservation programs. One of those is just to identify different opportunities to assist smaller water providers to create these regional water plans. And so we're really excited about this particular project. Along with me today is Bill Efting from the town of Frisco and Jessica Burley from the High Country Conservation Center. And they would be available for any questions you guys would have for them.
Both of you, why don't you step up and talk to us a little bit? I know Bill is always short of words, so it's okay.
Well, thank you for having us here today. I represent a nonprofit in Summit County. We are originally started as a recycling organization, but in recent years have identified water conservation as one of our top priorities. And so we have facilitated a water committee in Summit County to look at addressing water efficiency on a region-wide scale. And the town of Frisco has been a great partner with us, and we really appreciate them coming to the table and becoming the fiscal agent on this project. And yeah, we hope that you support that, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Hi, I'm Bill Efting, the town manager in Frisco. High Country coming forward to work with us other towns was amazing. I tried this 3 years ago for the town of Frisco and couldn't get the support of council to come in for the grant and that type of thing for a conservation plan. High Country came to us and the other 4 towns in Summit County and laid it out on the table, and it was just like following a path. So we're excited to be here, and we really appreciate the opportunity. I think when you look at regional collaboration, this is a poster child. I think it's a great opportunity for everybody. So thank you.
Great. Any questions or observations for Bill or Jessica? Thank you both for coming. Is there discussion on the motion, or Ben, anything else you want to say? Or are you ready for us to act?
I'm ready for you guys to act.
Okay. If no questions for Ben, is there discussion or a motion? Director Wattenberg.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. If there is no further discussion, I would move staff recommendation, agenda item 11.
The motion has been made. Is there a second? Seconded by Director Gallagher. Is there discussion on the motion? None appearing. We're ready for the vote. All in favor of adopting staff recommendation in agenda item number 11, please say aye.
Aye.
All opposed to the motion, please say no. Motion carries.
Thank you.
Congratulations, folks.
Thank you very much. Our work here is done.
It is. I'm voting for you. Item 12, statewide water supply initiative update. He and his fellows all up and down and
All right.
Becky, it's all yours.
Thank you. For the record, this is agenda item number 12, the statewide water supply initiative update, and I am Becky Mitchell for the record. I'm going to go ahead. I wanted to get up in front of the board and talk about a little bit of the overview of where we're at. I know you haven't heard about SWASI in detail for a little bit, but I wanted you to know that after the departure of Tom Browning, we are still moving forward with SWASI. We had a project management meeting in October where we pulled a bunch of folks from the agency together that are going to be leading. We're taking a more of a teaming effort, similar to what we're doing across the agency, but really looking at things in a teaming kind of situation. So we had the project management team meeting in October with the lead consultant, Brown and Caldwell, and then we refined that management team. And as you may know, our task order 1 has been completed, and that was primarily the scoping. And this week, the big news is that we've gotten approval of contracts for task order 2, which is the methodology review and development. And I'm going to say this really loudly and clearly. Our scheduled project completion is December 2017. You're going to see a timeline where it looks like we're already behind, and we are. However, you will also know that we don't miss deadlines. So we plan on meeting that deadline regardless if we're a little bit behind right now. Again, I wanted to go over a little bit of the vision. You may remember some of this from previous SWASI updates, but really this is about a technical focus on data. It's not about policy. It's not as focused on public input as we were with the Colorado's water plan. So it's been a little bit of a shift in the environment, but really it's going to be that foundation for the basin implementation plan as the next reiterations of the basin implementation plans and Colorado's water plan. As soon as I get over this last one, we'll start the next one. And so this is really the technical platform. We'll build on previous efforts and expand scenario planning and climate change analysis and conservation impacts, meaning looking at what's happening out there and really doing updates of numbers. We're going to be as accurate as possible given the limitations on budget, schedule, and available data. We want to make sure that this is highly usable by the CWCB, the roundtable, folks that are looking to do projects, federal agencies, other state agencies, and things like that.
how we plan to accomplish this goal. We're really on the outside. We're making sure that folks know, like I said, that it's technically focused, not a public information process, but there is going to be input from the basin roundtables, but it is a technical science-based process. And internally, we have a very strong team. Everyone in the agency knows that they may or may not have to work on this at some point in time, but probably will have to work on SWASI. We're really focused on that team-oriented collaboration, like I mentioned when I first got up here. And we have a commitment to learning better ways to do things and adapting as we do that. The consultant team is large. We got a lot of expertise. Brown and Caldwell's our project management team, and then we also have CDM Smith and CH2M Hill, and they all have sub-consultants also for their pieces. It may prove difficult to project manage, but I think we're going to get a better result because of the diversity of the team. This is our internal project management team. You'll see Linda Bassey, Kevin Hauk, they're all here, Greg Johnson, and Andy Moore are all part of the internal project management team. And then we have our DNR liaison and advisor, Lauren Riss, and then Brown and Caldwell on that side. And then we have our subject matter experts internally and externally kind of teamed up. We have gotten through the initial scoping task, so all of these items are completed. And then I'm going to pass it over to Greg in the spirit of our teaming thing that we're doing. I want to make sure that he gets a little bit of a chance to get up here and talk about some of the project management plan.
Thanks, Becky. Greg Johnson, CWCB staff. We are tag teaming on this. Just want to continue the rest of the presentation. As Becky had mentioned, these task orders for the next steps have actually been approved. So this was an old slide, actually. So just this week, just yesterday, actually, we heard that those were approved finally for the contracts. This shows the overall approach of what we're calling the consolidated approach. Consolidated approach because it took all the different approaches that the various consultants included in their proposals and wrapped those up into one. So when we go through the project management plan document that I'll discuss in a moment, I will indicate how each of those approaches are really rolled up into this document. So that is by far the largest section in this particular document. To simplify things, we separate it into three major phases. So phase one is where we're headed right now, of course. Another major concept of this whole effort is that these are sequential to some degree, but also will be continuing all at the same time as well. So for example, reporting, especially documentation, will be occurring as we proceed with the methodology development. So as the methodology is developed, as the technical advisory group has input on that, all of those lessons learned, all of that information will be documented at the time and not wait until the end of the project. So currently working on the methodology review and development, that is to focus on what was done in previous iterations of this statewide water supply initiative, where improvements need to happen to the basic calculations, as well as really focusing on those new components. So things like climate change, like scenario planning, going in and quantifying the 5 scenarios that the IBCC had developed that were included in the Colorado Water Plan. And otherwise looking at new things like ag shortages. So how do we calculate an agricultural water shortage and things like that we've discussed. Phase 2 is the actual implementation of that. So then taking those methodologies and doing those calculations, per the input from phase 1. And finally, phase 3 is simply the reporting, wrapping things up in the final documents. Phase 1 is broken up into two sections, so phase 1A and phase 1B. Phase 1A is the methodology development and documentation, and the concept there being measure twice, cut once. Phase 1B is information and data collection, and that's where you actually go out and you get your ducks in a row and make sure you have the information that you need. So of course, focus right now is on that methodology development and really making sure that we are going about this the appropriate way. I will add that Phase 1A also has some other components to it. For example, there's a data dissemination plan that we are working on. So one of the major thrusts of the statewide water supply initiative this time around is to make sure that it's as usable as possible. And I think the document has always been helpful for people. It's always been something that various folks have referred to, and the numbers have always been used by other entities that are out there. This time around, we really want to make sure that that data is readily accessible. Whether that's in spreadsheet formats, whether it's in other database formats, the intent is to go right away into the technology, decide how we can get that data out there and make sure that it's readily available to everyone. This shows the basic structure of where we're headed with that Phase 1A, so with the methodology development. I know it's a little overwhelming, kind of hard to review. Director Smith, I know it's a little bit difficult. Let me just explain briefly. So it's walks through from left to right on this. The concept is that we have these different methodologies for each of the following areas. So we have one for planning scenarios, for environmental and recreational, for M&I, and SSI, self-supplied industrial, for agricultural, water supply, finance, and economics. So those are the main areas that we're focusing on to develop draft methodologies. So the intent here is that CWCB staff will work very closely with the respective consulting teams to evaluate the methodologies that were used the last time around, if there were some, planning scenarios, for example, we did not touch on last time. And then to really work on an initial rough draft of those, and then step into workshops with other experts. So of course with those consulting teams, with our internal project management teams, but then also bring in other people that we need to for those workshops. Planning scenario workshop is really the foremost one, the first that we need to have, because it touches everything. Because the way that we decide to quantify the different scenarios is going to play into each and every one of those other aspects. Then we will work with the workshops on each of the other areas that I mentioned that will feed into refined methodologies that would come out of those. And so it's basically kind of a draft process. It looks a little complicated in this, but it's just going back, first draft, second draft. And finally, with that fifth step there, those green boxes, and I apologize that this is hard to read, but those green boxes is what we're calling the tags, the technical advisory groups. And that's where, on those four areas where we really need more input this time around, is convening as many of the appropriate experts in the room that we need on each of these areas to give us feedback on these newer methodologies. And so that's for the planning scenarios, for environmental and rec, for the M&I and SSI, as well as for agriculture. This is the schedule that Becky had mentioned. So as you can see, we are already about a third of the way into it. We are a little behind schedule with methodology development because of our contracting complications. We are about ready to dive into the substance of this. So of course, we're excited to get the news this week that the contracts have been finalized. And then you can see the overlapping effect that I talked about, the fact that the technical evaluations, the reporting, all of that will be taking place at the same time. The project management plan that I had mentioned, this is a document that Brown and Caldwell had coordinated, with all the other consulting firms that are involved in this. That was really part of that task order number one. So figuring out the scoping, figuring out how we're going to corral, this very large team, which Becky, had stated it will be difficult, which makes this document extremely important. So things like summarizing what the project is all about, looking at the consolidated approach. So again, rolling up the different scopes from these different consultants and teams that are out there. Things like project controls, a communications plan, quality control procedures, a data management plan, that are all addressed very thoroughly in this project management plan. So, for example, Brown and Caldwell has already developed a SharePoint website. So there's one central hub where everybody can go upload information. All the official documentation is going to be there. There's a parking lot area that where ideas that may not be explored at the time of methodology development can be parked for later review. There's a blog type area set up for discussion of various issues and subjects. So a lot of thought has gone into how this will be structured because of the very somewhat complicated nature of the structure of the team that we have. But again, we have very strong team with all these different subject matter experts who are excited to move ahead. The other major note there, that orange box, this is just a draft. It is very much something that we'll adapt as we work on this over time. And that's all I have. I'm happy to answer any questions or dive into any more detail on some of that scope.
Director Smith.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Greg, it's good to see you back here. I'm encouraged by your confidence in this process. I have a couple of observations with your tag team partner up there. We spent a long time getting the roundtable to engage. So your presentation conjured up all these memories of the previous SWASI discussion. And ag shortages, at least for the Rio Grande Basin, created a lot of heartburn. You got it. And then the communications plan. So I'm just some observations. I know you've got it under control, but at the roundtable meeting last week, Craig Gaboo commented about what this process was going to look like, and there was lots of empty looks around the table about what roundtable input was going to look like. So how we message that, and I hope there's some roundtable input, not to the extent we did previously. I know you have some solutions, Becky.
Definitely, and we'll formalize that process and make sure. Thank you, Director Smith. We will formalize that process and make sure that the Basin Roundtables are aware of the timing and when input will be necessary and when we expect input back to be considered helpful, and go from there. So we will make sure to get that message out loud and clear.
Director Gallagher.
I agree. I'm concerned about what this is going to look like on the ground and what we're going to be needing to do and in what time of year, because in many of our basins, in all of our basins, we have people who are out in the field and they're busy. So it really, keep in mind the timing of when you're needing people to really dig in, look at the data, and give you input.
Thank you, Director Gallagher. We'll definitely do that.
Yeah, and just adding on to that real quick, it just sort of struck me listening to your presentation that if I hadn't been involved in SWASI, I don't think you ever really said what it was. And our roundtable's really switched up. And so I just think we need to remember to start with what is SWASI and what is it going to do for me? Because we kind of forget that. We've all been.
Thank you, Director Montgomery. I think that that's a good point. And we're going to start our messaging campaign to the Basin Roundtables with predicted timelines, probably as soon as we leave here. So in our next, I don't know if you've noticed, but we have started kind of a uniform talking points across the Basin Roundtables. And this will be a part of that discussion to make sure that we have consistent messaging about what SWASI is, what the future timeline is going to look like, and when data entry points are going to be. So I appreciate that comment. Thank you very much.
Director Eklund.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So I think something that will help is a graphic we generated like maybe a year ago that shows where SWASI fits in with the basin implementation plans and how those fit into the water plan. And it's kind of this cycle that we're now, we're in the second stage of, or the second phase of. We've got the first iteration of the water plan, then SWASI has to be updated, then the basin implementation plans have to be revised, and then the water plan has to be revised. And so that cycle should be something that is articulated at the start of our presentations to those roundtables. But
thank you for that.
Just echo several of my fellow directors' comments. The messaging is going to be important because we have new members that weren't involved. In fact, if you look around the table, there were quite a few of the members that weren't involved in SWASI. They hear it, that there's a database for a lot of the basin implementation plan, but they also heard it's outdated or something new is changed in their area. We also had last time, as you will recall, a lot of challenges getting data back in from smaller communities. And so a plan for that is important. It's in part because they don't have the expertise or the staff to even know in certain cases what they need to plan for in some of the small communities. So good luck. No, just kidding. I think the roundtables can be a lot of help as long as they know what their role is and have good guidance from great CWCB and consultants.
Thank you, Director Hamill. We will definitely take that into account, and I think that'll bleed into the timelines. And I hope you recall that some of you said good luck prior to the start of the water plan, and we finished that early. So
I have every confidence in CWCB staff and this board that this will be well done, and it's really timely because the other is dated. So it is important, and it will work out. I'm just kidding with you.
no problem. Anything else?
You have our blessing. Well, as I look at the clock and look out in the lobby, we're a little ahead of the scheduled time for the break. I think it's been a marathon since lunch. The caterer has just shown up, is assembling out in the lobby. So I think we'll go ahead and take the break now. Craig, I don't need for you to get started, and then we'll cut you in half. You want to take 10 minutes? All right. You talked me into it. For those of you who have to go to the bathroom, Rock's a rock.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair, members of the board. For the record, Craig Gabu, CWCB staff. I'll be presenting agenda items 13A and 13B. I believe you had some hard copies handed out this morning for 13B. It was a late arrival. It didn't quite make the fourth packet cutoff, the electronic one. So if you have any questions, please ask. But we will go over it. It's just a change of fiscal agent. So I'll start with agenda item 13A, if I may. This is agenda item 13A. It's an action item and is a grant request recommended for approval by the Yampa White Green Basin Roundtable. The applicant and fiscal agent is the Mabel Irrigation District for the project titled Mabel Ditch Improvement Project. The purpose of this application is to assist the Mabel Irrigation District perform improvements to their irrigation infrastructure, including the installation of a remotely controlled automated headgate, several measuring devices, installation of 3 check structures, and rebuilding and lining of 400 feet of existing earthen ditch. These improvements, when completed, will improve irrigation delivery efficiency and provide an improvement in water quality in the Yampa River. No issues or additional needs have been identified. The applicant and third parties are providing $151,700 cash match, which is 77% of the total project costs. If approved, I will be CWCB's project manager. The applicant requests $45,675 from the Yampa White Green Basin account, and staff recommends approval. The applicant, Mike Camblin, president of the Mabel Irrigation District, is in attendance this afternoon, and we're both available to take questions or address any concerns you may have. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Let's hear from Mike.
Thanks. Once again, I'm Mike Camblin with the Mabel Irrigation District. Just here to answer some questions that you might have. I'm assuming you guys all have packets, but anyways, shoot away if you got questions.
Any questions for Mike? Dr. Wattenberg.
Yeah, thanks for being here today.
Yeah.
One question I did have, and maybe it was in the application, I might have missed it. Is there anybody below you that can call you out?
Yes, there is. I believe there's one more ditch that can call us out below us.
Okay. I just saw that, I think it's on page 8. It's like the second bullet down. There was a statement there. The division engineer is extremely concerned about the diversions in excess of the amount needed for beneficial use throughout the Yampa Basin.
Yeah.
And I was just kind of
And
curious.
that's kind of what this project is about, or a good portion of it is about. We run that ditch for 118 years, pretty much the same way. Our tailwater goes right back into the river. What we don't use goes back in the river. However, the ditch diverts the Maybell irrigation gauge, or the Maybell gauge in the Yampa River, which is, a pretty important gauge. And so we've just got to manage it better so that we don't have as much tailwater, especially during elkhead release for the recovery water and so forth. And so the recovery program is going to help us, with the automated gate, and then we're going to do a series of check structures in there so we can slow the water down and actually utilize it better.
Great, thank you.
Anything else? Director Gallagher.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thanks for coming, Mike.
You bet.
Long drive over from Maybell.
It was. Just to see you.
And I want to say that Mike and his consultant worked for a long time with the division engineer and with Fish and Wildlife to design some improvements that are going to really improve that operation after 110 years, was it?
It's about 118, I think.
118 years of use. It's one of the, I think, if not the largest ag diversion on the Yampa, especially in the lower Yampa there.
Yes.
So it's a major one. We want to make sure it's tight and efficient. It does have 2 points of return. One is this waste gate from the initial diversion, and then of course the tailwater back to the river. So we've had to, and also the complications with the elkhead releases for the fish recovery program. So it's been a little more complicated than perhaps Mike originally anticipated, but or any of us. And I really give kudos to Aaron Light up there in Division 6 for working with Mike and persisting with it. I think we've got a good product here. So with that, Mr. Chairman, secondly, I'd like to say that it's consistent with the goals of our basin, which is to have efficient irrigation, but also try to ensure that we have our infrastructure is tight and that we don't take much more than we need from the river. We get it back in the river as soon as we can.
Not much more.
Not much more. Yeah.
Okay. Got that.
With that, Mr. Chairman, I move staff's recommendation.
The motion has been made on 13A. Is there a second? Seconded by Director Smith. Is there any discussion on the motion? Director Wolf.
Just a quick comment, Mike. Thank you as well for taking the time to come over today as well. And I know we've had a number of issues in the past year dealing with some waste in the Yampa River Basin, White River Basin, and I know when we first started into this and trying to deal with it, it was a sensitive issue, but I think we all recognize the benefits out of addressing the waste issue and how it affected the recovery program there and effect on the gauge there. So I appreciate your efforts and the company and stepping forward and working with our agency in particular. So thank you for that.
Yeah, you bet.
Great, good point. Any further discussion on the motion, which is to adopt staff recommendation? All in favor of the motion, please say aye. Aye. All opposed, no. Motion carries. All right, what do you want to do, Craig?
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mike. You know you're standing in the way of.
I know. I'll be really quick.
Other opportunities for.
Well, I wouldn't want to stand in the way of progress. All right. Well, this is agenda item 13B. It is an action item and is a request for a change in fiscal agent for the project titled Elk Home Ditch Improvement, Steuben Creek Flow Restoration. The current fiscal agent is Trout Unlimited, and the proposed fiscal agent is the Upper Gunnison River Water Conservancy District. The board originally approved the application fiscal agent in March of 2015. Staff has no issues or additional needs that have been identified, and staff recommends approval. Thank you.
Director McLeod.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm directly involved in this project, so I'm going to recuse myself and abstain from voting on this matter. But if the board has any questions, I'd be happy to answer them.
Okay, thank you. So when we do vote, the minutes will reflect that Director McLeod abstained, did not participate in the vote. Questions for either Craig or Director McLeod? Is there anyone else who wanted to represent this particular item? No one else in the audience. Okay. I don't see any. Director Smith.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Director McLeod, can you tell us why the need to change fiscal agents?
Yes, I can. The project involves a piping of an existing water right. It's a pre-22 water right, 1899, 1906 adjudication. And these folks were unable to reach agreement with Trout Unlimited on execution of the work. I would call it a difference of philosophy, and I mediated that difference for about a year, and they were unable to reach agreement on the contract. And then the water right owners came to the Upper Gunnison District and said, we really think this is a valuable project. Would you take it over? I discussed that with Trout Unlimited, and they were comfortable with that idea. They will still collaborate with us. They've agreed to give us the engineering plans that they paid for to move the project forward. So I think it's going to work out with that buffer in between these two parties.
Okay, Director Smith.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Director McLeod. And with that, I would move approval of staff recommendation.
Motion has been made to approve staff recommendation on 13B. Is there a second? Seconded by Director Montgomery. Is there discussion on the motion? None appearing. We're ready for the vote. All in favor of the motion, please say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. Motion carries.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. That brings up one additional item you all have received. I don't think I'm at 10 minutes yet, am I?
It doesn't matter. They're not going to like what you're doing anyway.
Well, yeah, you probably won't like this, but you all received the balance summary sheet of our electronic packet, and the statewide account shows it at $783,381. With this change in fiscal agent, we're going to have to reduce the statewide account, because back when this deal originally kind of came apart, we put the $250,000. It was a two-part grant, $60,000 from the Gunnison, $250 from the statewide. When the parties couldn't come to an agreement, we added those back into those two accounts. But now we're going to take them out again because now we have a viable project. So the statewide account is actually at $533,381, and that should have received a hard copy of this. So we'll update this as soon as possible and distribute it out to the roundtables. I just wanted to make that clarification because we had conflicting values.
Got it. Director Hamill?
I didn't get one, Craig, so could I get one? Thank you.
Yeah, I'm not sure I did either, so I don't. Oh, wait a minute. Okay.
I've gotten it electronically. I think I had.
So this is the corrected version with the red ink on it. Yeah, that's where mine was here.
Hard copies?
Yes. It's.
Sorry.
Okay, better?
That concludes agenda item 13. Thank you for your time.
Oh, you did great. Thank you. All right, we're going to go into recess until 4:15. Come back at 4:15 and resume the
All set? Derek Johnson presenting item 14A, storage development and water rights purchase for the town of Firestone. The project that we're going to be talking about happens to be right under the little CO triangle right in the middle of this picture, but you'll see it better in later views here. The town of Firestone is about 12 miles east of Longmont and 25 miles north of Denver. They've got 26 square miles in the city. They provide water to more than 12,000 residents with 59 miles of distribution infrastructure. All their water supply currently comes from CBT shares, and they which are provided to the town. The water is provided to the town treated, and the town is looking to diversify these water rights and to secure additional storage. CBT is expensive for one. Its yield each year is set differently, and so the town wants to be able to have non-CBT shares to back up the water rights. Each year the supply is not guaranteed, and over time they have increased in cost. What they want to do is take their potable irrigation needs and take the irrigation off and feed those with different water shares. The current potable demand of the city is 2,000 acre feet. They're hoping to get their irrigation demand of 442 acre feet satisfied with these additional water rights. At this time, they're pursuing 2,000 acre feet in storage, but with this project, it will result in an additional 1,092 acre feet. The project, they looked at various different options and sites. What they've come down to is the Carbon Valley Resource Pit, which you can see in the lower right-hand portion of this picture here. It's a gravel pit currently. When it's done being mined, it'll be turned over to storage. With this site comes water rights that are available, and they will also be purchasing lower Boulder Ditch shares as well. As part of the project, they'll be building infrastructure for pumping to and from this storage and to and from the St. Vrain River as well. Project financials. The cost is about $10 million. We've arranged it such that their contribution is anything that is above the $10 million mark here. The loan amount, annual payment is about $632,000 per year. They will have the high income municipal interest rate of 2.35% for 20 years. And they also have strong metrics on operating ratio, debt ratio, and cash reserves. So that's pretty quick. There may be some questions here as well. We have Julie Pasillas and Dave Lindsay from the town if there are any questions. Okay.
Thank you. My name is Dave Lindsay. I am the town engineer in Firestone. Julie is our resource and sustainability coordinator. We appreciate this opportunity. First of all, I want to thank you. You've got an incredible staff. We have gone through some state financing efforts before, usually with the Division of Local Department of Local Affairs, their grant processes. Your staff this is the most facilitated effort that we've ever gone through. We really appreciate the work that they have put in. So first of all, thank you for that. This is the culmination of several years of first master planning and then developing some revenue streams to ultimately be able to convert our existing parks, and then in the future, when we have new parks come in, convert them from treated water to a native water supply. as Derek had indicated, our sole source of water right now is Colorado Big Thompson water. That was never intended to be utilized necessarily in this way. And so we are diversifying our portfolio. There are not gobs of native water rights in our particular area, but there are enough for us to make this effort to start to convert our parks and open spaces and even our, the tree lawns that are in our streets. We try and minimize how much of that we have anyway, but the public does like to have their parks. We have sports complexes and things like that. So this is our opportunity to finally diversify that portfolio, take advantage of some of the native water supplies in our area, and get these parks off of that treated water. So this is an exciting project. It is not the end. This is the beginning, but this is the first element. And of course, this is like a lot of these. The first part is the most expensive. We're creating the bucket and then all the plumbing that will allow us to move that water back and forth from the river and from the ditches. So if you've got any questions, we are happy to answer those for you.
Director Gallagher.
Thank you, Mr. Lindsay. I'm just curious, you're going to be putting in another distribution system basically to get this water to where it's needed in the parks. And I mean, how many linear feet of pipe or miles of pipe are you talking about in terms of getting it to where it's going?
The master plan that we have right now is actually going to be updated next year because of this facility. The master plan that we have right now, we are actually going to hub this system from a different location. That was one of the alternatives that you saw. We were going to build our own reservoir. There would be no gravel reserves with that. We rethought that. This is a better idea. So we are going to modify that. One of the things that we're also going to try and take advantage of now is potentially drilling wells in some of these parks and using this reservoir as an augmentation source. But there will be infrastructure pipe that will come out of this going into our parks. I expect that we're going to be in the neighborhood of that 8 mile or so range of pipes that we'll be putting in. Like I say, we're going to go through and do a cost benefit analysis with some of these parks that are closer to the alluvium to see if it makes sense to do those with wells versus the pipe. Certainly.
Director Yount.
Thanks for coming here. I just had a question about, you're acquiring some senior surface rights as part of this. Who owns them currently? Does the Sand or Gravel Company?
Yeah, so there are 3 water rights that this loan will actually help us secure. The first one is attached actually to the gravel pit. So part of our purchase agreement with the gravel company is the rural ditch water shares. There are 2 other water rights that we are also going to secure with the use of this loan. That was from a completely different party in a different ditch system that knew that we were in the process of purchasing this reservoir. We had gotten the word out to some of those folks that we might be interested. This was water that the other water rights that we're looking at is water that hasn't been used for irrigating crops in a long time. It was actually the property that it used to irrigate is now a subdivision in Frederick and a Lexus dealership in Frederick. So it was an opportunity.
And so those water rights will have to be changed for this use?
Yes, sir. No, we
since
will.
You're still irrigating with it? Or?
That's correct. We are going to go through a change use. So our water rights engineer and our water rights attorney will go through that process. What we're hoping to do is actually bundle these together and not have to go through multiple iterations through the water. But yes, there will be a change.
And include augmentation as
exactly. So some of that will dovetail into whether or not we're going to do direct irrigation with this, or if we're going to use this with well, in conjunction with wells. So yes, there are a lot of we're playing chess now, not checkers anymore. So a lot of moving parts.
Thank you.
Anything else? Director Wells.
I was reading your list of necessary permits, and I'm just curious what a no-rise certification through a Lomer-Clomer process is.
We will have to potentially, we actually think there may be a way for us to do this without it, but we're going to put a diversion in off of the river so that we can divert water into a pump station to push water up to this. We're about a half a mile from the river, about 20 feet or so vertical difference. To best facilitate those, sometimes you will go out and put a small coffer wall out in the river itself to create a pool behind it, just like you do for an irrigation turnout. because of the way the floodplain regulations are set up now, you have to go through Weld County's process to be able to demonstrate that you have not increased the 100-year flood elevation. So that's the process that they're discussing.
Thank you.
Well, it's a wonderful name of something.
Actually, your CWCB folks do a lot of that.
Okay.
They help put a lot of these rules in place. So,
Director Stoll.
In this picture, yes. This picture was taken in the springtime. Yeah, we had it was so funny because we were actually talking about this. We actually don't do this anymore. Long time ago, when I first started working in Firestone, they had a policy that all of the subdivisions that abutted arterial roads, they wanted the larger lots, so that you didn't have all the little tiny lots and the fences and all that kind of stuff. We don't do that anymore. They stopped doing that about 10 years, 15 years ago now. Those are larger than typical lots in Firestone. So. I will let Julie speak to that. For specific lot development, we do not have anything that we mandate. We do leave that open to the developers that we will negotiate their water dedication obligations to us based on if they're going to put some sort of a landscaping type in there that we can administer easily that will require less water use. And so we always do encourage that. We actually have, I think it was your first water conservation plan that was funded through your grant program. I think Firestone had the first one. In fact, we just renewed that 2 years ago, last year. So anyway, but I'll let Julie speak to some of the conservation mechanisms that we have.
So like Dave said, in 2007, the town did get its first conservation plan approved. We went back in 2014 and successfully had that approved in 2015 as an update. So through both of those conservation plans, we have had different measures that were required for the town itself from our own goals of what we wanted to promote out there. So we've done everything from toilet rebates, washing machine rebates, all the way down to right now, the most recent grant we got was to convert the rest of our parks existingly onto an iCentral control system. That control system that we've been about 4 years putting that into place, and CWCB's grant department was able to actually help us fund the rest of that program. That program has helped reduce the town's irrigation water, which is potable irrigation water at this time. It's reduced our consumption by half. We do have plans going forward to help a lot of these HOA areas that say border those trails and things like that, to get them in and on an existing system like we are on as well. We also have some current program that's going out with our residential starting at the beginning of this year that would be implementing to get a group of residents that are willing to participate in a pilot program for us that can help us in the future get all of our residents over to a smart controlled ET system for open space area within their own lots to help with the reduction there. So the town in 2013, we did go through, we replaced every meter that was in our old historic area. We've also installed an AMI, a census AMI meter reading system. That system reads our meters by the hour. The town is also partnered with Anchovy, which is also known as Aquahawk. That system monitors the usage of every single one of our residents and businesses 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year. The program monitors their historical use along with their trending use, and it sends off alarms whether they've consumed too much water in a 24-hour period, if they've consumed too much water in an hour period. So on average, I have about 1,300 residents that are usually communicated annually to help prevent on leaks, all kinds of different stuff.
The resident actually has the ability to access their water use records. It's
in real time.
So they can monitor their own water use, and the system, like she alluded to, will send them messages and say you may have a leak because your use is exceeding. So that's really helpful. Yeah. I've always been proud our residents are very conscientious of water. I think in 2015, our gross usage per capita was about 130 gallons per day, and just the residential usage was right at 100. We've always been pretty judicious users of water, but systems like this have even made us more efficient.
Okay, thank you very much. Thanks for being here. Anything else, Derek? Okay. Director Young.
I would move staff recommendation on item 14A.
Motion has been made. Is there a second? Seconded by Director Gallagher. The motion is to adopt staff recommendation on 14A as published in the document. Is there discussion on the motion? None appearing. We're ready for the vote. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. Motion carries.
Thank you.
14B. Is that Jonathan?
Good afternoon, Jonathan Hernandez, CWCB staff for the record, presenting agenda items 14B and 14C. These two agenda items are the same project. They are two distinct individual loans, so there are two agenda items, and this will require two unique board approvals. But I will be presenting it as one presentation, as it just made sense, as it really is one project. And the project is the Grand Valley Power Plant Rehabilitation. This is located in Palisade, and we have in the audience, let me start with that, Max Schmidt with Orchard Mesa Irrigation District and Mark Harris of Grand Valley Water Users Association. These are the two entities that are seeking the loan. They're in the audience if you have any questions for them, or I think they might make a remark at the end of this. They're each seeking a loan of $1.7 million, 1.717 with the service fee. And this is a 30-year loans at 2%, which is the hydro rate. So to set up the project, we'll focus on the Grand Valley area where this is located at. Again, you have the Colorado River coming into the Gunnison River. In orange is a service area for the Grand Valley Water Users Association. They were formed in 1905. They are the managing entity of the Grand Valley project. They also split the cost of the hydro plant 50% with Orchard Mesa Irrigation District. That district is shown in blue for their service area. They were formed in 1904, joined the Grand Valley project in 1921. They're the ones who physically operate and run the power plant. The picture here is the power plant on the left. Orchard Mesa's pumping plant is the building on the right. And again, this is located right in Palisade. And their water is diverted from the roller dam up in the canyon. I have two pictures. The one on the left is taken on the deck of the roller dam, sort of just to brag that I've been able to go out onto this cool structure. And it was part of my work is I get to visit amazing infrastructure. And I even get to brag to my kids, and they're still young enough to think that that's cool. So hopefully that'll last. But the water is diverted there. And the water right for the power plant is a non-consumptive water right. All the water that is diverted for this plant is released to the river, and it's released right at the top of the 15-mile reach, which I highlighted in red here. That is a section of the Colorado River between Palisade and the confluence of the Gunnison River, which is really critical habitat for some endangered species. The power plant itself is part of the Grand Valley project. That project was authorized in 1907. In 1933, the power plant was brought online, and it had been operated by Excel until 2010. At the end of 2010, Excel ceased their operations at the Cameo coal-fired plant, and so they also decided to cease operations here. This power plant is pretty important to the water right entire system down there. So Reclamation approached the association and district to see if they would be willing to take on the responsibility of operating the power plant. They did so, and since 2011, they have been running this power. So again, just a little bit more background, the Bureau of Reclamation, they still own the power plant. The irrigation district is the one who runs the plant. The water users pay half of the irrigation's district cost to operate the plant, and Excel is still the purchaser of the power. So all these entities working together. The components of this project is essentially replacing the power plant. Since the 1930s, not much has been done on this other than, routine changing of oil, if you will. Excel operated this with more or less the philosophy of we'll run it and see how long it goes, and then that'll be it. So they walked away at 2010. The district and association inherited a quite aging facility, and without work now, there's not many years left that this facility will be operating. And as I've mentioned before, that would be a loss to the river because of the senior non-consumptive water rate that this power plant has. So you can see here that they're replacing the turbines and the governors. They're going to rewind the generators. Another aspect of this is replacing all the electric controls and the switchgear. Again, this is all 1930s technology that they're still running on. It's not up to safety standards for clearance space and whatnot. A side benefit of having such an old infrastructure is you get to see cool things like this generator voltage regulator. I mean, I don't know what it does. I don't know how it works, but you look at that, it's just, that is amazing. And I think the last time I saw something like that was in the back of a time machine, and Doc converted it to a flux capacitor. So hopefully they won't lose that piece, because that's just, it's cool. And so another aspect of this project is then recoding the 78-inch diameter penstocks. These are the penstocks you see here. They're adding flow controls in there now, or on the right one, they've already added a flow meter, so they can now actually monitor flows a little bit better. And they're going to continue efforts of that. The project outcomes, they're looking at, again, bringing this power plant to current electrical standards and safety standards. On the left is their current switchgear board. On the right, for comparison, is the new one that was just put in for the Granby Hydro project. You can see it looks a little different. It's a lot more automated and just a lot more efficient. And so with the increased efficiencies, they're going to increase the output from a current 2.5 megawatt to 4.1 megawatt. And that's going to have about 17 million kilowatt hours per year that this will be able to produce. And again, another good outcome of this project is ensuring that the non-consumptive water rate of this power plant maintains. And the picture here, a little shout out to the CWCB data viewer. The yellow line there is showing the in-stream flow for that 50-mile reach that CWCB holds. And again, this power plant is part of the Cameo call. It directly, when it's diverting for this, it's directly adding water to this reach of the river. So now looking at the funding package that these two entities have put together, the total project cost that they're looking at is $5.2 million. They've received a grant from the Upper Colorado River Recovery Program for $1.5 million. They've been approved for a Species Conservation Trust Fund grant of $400,000. That hasn't yet been signed. They're told it's in contracting. And by the time that they submitted this loan application, it was determined to take a conservative approach to the loan and assume that money is not there. So when you add up these figures, they would actually add up more than 5.2, but that's because I did not include 400,000 yet. Each of the district and association are in for $150,000 each. That's coming out of the replacement and repair fund. So that's cash that they're adding to this. And they're each seeking a loan of $1.7 million. I have in here a couple of grants that they're also planning to apply for. But again, at this point, they want to get the loan in place so they know from here on out, the project is funded. They can start pulling triggers. They can start doing more things contractually to get this project moving forward. Looking at the financials, because this is really a power plant, I wanted to think of this as a business itself rather than the association's financials and district's financials. Both of theirs are positive, and we would loan to them individually anyways, but I wanted to also look at the power plant to see if the power plant makes sense financially for them to still be involved in. So the revenue comes from Excel. We have a power purchase agreement with them. That pays 4 cents per kilowatt hours. However, that agreement expires in 2020. If it is not renegotiated, the current avoided cost rate is 3 cents per kilowatt hour. So when we looked at the financials in the future, I took the lower, the 3 cents, just to conservatively see that if they cannot get an extension or find an alternate buyer at a higher price, bare minimum, they can sell it for 3 cents per kilowatt hour. Looking at the expenses, they have projected what they expect for the O&M. Again, that's operation maintenance. That's every year they will be spending this. They're setting aside $50,000 each year for the repair and replace fund. That's going for a rainy day fund for bigger ticket item repairs. They have a lease of power privilege lease payment. And now with this loan, assuming it gets approved, they will have a large debt service. And so what table 4 shows is that on an average year, this power plant more or less breaks even. And that again is because of a large debt service now. Previous years, this was a good revenue source for them. And when I talked to them about that is, what does your board think about a power plant that in good years, it's a revenue source, not going to have to back fund it with some of the association and district money because for these years that we're willing to assess their own shareholders and landowners to make up that difference. Again, I will say that this is taking a very conservative look into the future. It is assuming that the full $1.7 million loan is drawn from both entities. So if once we add in the $400,000 for the Species Conservation Trust, that alone adds 5% to their operating revenue in a good way. If they are also successful with their other grants, that only lessens the debt service burden further and makes the power plant break even or better, even in less than an average year. So essentially, when I was looking at this, the 1.7 was the absolute maximum I would feel comfortable coming to the board and saying, yes, we approve, or we would recommend approval of this loan. Looking at the financial analysis, again, its project cost is $5.2 million. The loan with the service fee is 1.717. Again, that is each. It's the 2% hydro rate, and you have the annual loan obligation, which is a new expense for the power plant, essentially. So the ratios do indicate that's an average to strong business. Again, also the association and district themselves are an average to strong borrower. But just looking at the power plant as a business, if you will, I believe this loan still does make sense for them to take on. The collateral for this will be assessment revenues backed by an assessment covenant. Again, this just further shows their commitment that, yes, we want this power plant running because we need this water right. And even if we are running short revenues for this power plant, we are willing to assess ourselves to make up that difference. And so we have, again, 2 staff recommendations. 14B is to the Orchard Mesa Irrigation District. And again, Max is in the audience. And 14C is approval for the Grand Valley Water Users Association. And Mark is in the audience if you have any questions for that.
I was going to say good afternoon, but I guess it's almost evening. One thing I think might need to be brought up this summer, for example, the flows in the Colorado River. Half those flows in the 15-mile reach came through this hydro. When we got down to 750 CFS, 100 CFS came out of the Grand Valley Project hydro. And it's not really good when I walk into a building and I'm the youngest thing in it. Any questions?
the second oldest thing when we go in there, I believe. But a couple of things. Max has been working on this rehabilitation idea ever since the association and the district decided to take this over, and that precedes my time. He's been working on it that period of time. From time the 3.5 years that I've been there, Max and I've been working on this pretty much continuously the entire time. In addition to the money here, we've put about $100,000 in this thing of cash or due diligence. Good deal of the NEPA work's done and those kinds of things. Obviously, we do. This thing serves benefits a lot of people, including us in Orchard Mesa, for sure. We want to have that water in the river. It makes it easier for us to manage water. But by the same token, this is one of those projects that does benefit a lot of folks. And part of, if we, the tie to the recovery program is that obviously one of the benefits of using the power plant and the Orchard Mesa check and some related protective mechanisms is that we can help comply with ESA requirements that we don't want to do on our own. We're one of those 2,100. So there's lots of parts and pieces to this. One of the things I wanted to mention was that you've seen my face pretty regularly here the last few meetings, and we appreciate that, and the board's appreciative, and we thank you for your continued support. But the power plant is integral to several of the other things that you and others have funded for us. Is that the Upper Canyon Improvement Project, the Phase 1 roller dam, and related facilities, master plan, which we finished and brought you some hard copies last time. The ATM grant, which you would approve, that is part of the funding that we're using for our conserved consumptive use pilot program in 2017, which is up and going, about 1,250 some acres that will be generating conserved consumptive use. And many of these things are dependent upon the ability to protect those savings, or that water that's made available temporarily. And power plants integral to that. So this also is a part of this grand plan that Max and I have been thinking about, along with many other people at home and many of you. And we greatly appreciate your consideration of this request, and we echo what you hear time and again is that the staff have been great to work with, and we appreciate all of your attention. And if there's any questions, Max and I'd be happy to answer them. But otherwise, thank you for your time.
Questions or comments for Max and Mark? Okay, thanks for being here. Jonathan, what else? Thank you. We always appreciate hearing that. Thank you. We ready, Jonathan?
Yes, you have the staff recommendation for both. Again, 14B is the district, 14C is the association.
Okay, so let's do these separately then as they're, did I see a hand over there? Director McLeod?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I would move the staff recommendation for agenda item 14B.
Motion's been made to approve staff recommendation on 14B. Is there a second? Seconded by Director Montgomery. Any discussion on the motion? None appearing. All in favor of the motion to approve staff recommendation on 14B, please say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. Motion carries. 14C, is there a motion?
Mr. Chairman.
Director McLeod.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I would move that we approve staff recommendation on item 14C.
Is there a second?
Second.
Seconded by Director Hamel. Motion has been made and seconded to adopt staff recommendation on item 14C. Is there any discussion on the motion? All in favor of the motion, please say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. Motion carries. Okay. Item 15.
Kirk Russell, Finance Section Chief. Agenda item 15. I'm going to introduce the oldest item in the power plant in the Grand Valley. Max Schmidt has requested an opportunity to speak to the board regarding a potential change to the 1921 Irrigation District Act, Act. Max contacted us a couple of months ago and was going to be in town as part of this request for loan funding, and said, would the board be interested in this possible legislation? And I responded that it kind of depends on the agenda and how much time's available, and it seemed to fit in. So I appreciate Max's willingness to share this potential legislation with the board. It is a for information item only. So, Mr. Schmidt, thank you.
Just so you know, we have the one-page fact sheet that your lobbyist put together to work from. So you can, just so you know, we have that in front of us.
I appreciate it. This is mainly to let you guys know what we're trying to do. When I took over Orchard Mesa back in 2009, one of the things I read was our bylaws and our statutes. Second thing I did was call our attorney. I said, is this for real? My pumping plant is 106 years old. My hydro is 80 years old. These are almost 90 years old. Mark and I were working on it, and it was kind of hard working on ourselves when there's several canals involved. And we found a kindred spirit in the Henry Lynn ditch. And Kent Holsinger, the representative, has been great to work with. I would like to operate Orchard Mesa Irrigation District legally. All we're doing is bringing these things, we're updating to 2021 standards, not 1921 standards. Our elections are, the districts I've talked to pretty much ignore our statutes, and half of them ignore their bylaws. One of my fears is the way people are nowadays, it takes one idiot to sue you for something that you did, meaning to do something good. Henry Lynn is an 05 ditch. They're going to switch to a 21 ditch if we get this thing changed. This is kind of a heads up for you people, just to let you know what we're doing. So when you go back home and someone says, what is Orchard Mesa doing now? That's what we're doing. Any questions? I also brought the attorney with me too, so if it's legal, he can answer them. But that's why I want these changes made, to get us current to 1920-21 statutes.
So how will it change what you're doing?
The last piece of equipment I bought was a backhoe for $120,000. I can't spend more than $20,000 without the entire water users approving it. I have my attorney come to almost every meeting to explain cumulative voting. How many of y'all know what that is? I'll send my attorney up to talk to you about it. Everything is just confusing about it. It's just they're 90 years old. Things that need to be changed for a long time. Nobody wanted to pay to do it. I found someone to split the bill with, so I decided to try and get it done. We've got sponsors in the House, Republican and Democrat, and in the Senate, Republican and Democrat. We've got a canal on the east slope, a canal on the west slope, and if that isn't bipartisan, I don't know what is. Any questions?
Dr. Young.
I am a Republican.
Yeah. Thanks for doing this, and thanks for coming here and telling us about it. Henry Lynn came to some of us irrigation districts down in the lower South Platte and discussed this with us as well. An irrigation district can be either under the 1905 law or a 1921 law. And so some operate under the 1921 law, some 1905. I operate 3 irrigation districts under the 1905 law. We do things by the irrigation district law, but we are unique. Most people don't follow the laws exactly. We went into the legislature for the 1905 law probably six or 7 years ago, and we updated those same things because we weren't allowed to spend hardly any money without going to a complete vote of the landowners. So, and then of course our compensation for our board members, all that kind of stuff was quite a bit outdated. And so that's what they're doing on the 1921 law. So there's about 18 irrigation districts in the state of Colorado. So this affects a portion of those irrigation districts. So thanks for doing that.
Thank you.
Thank you, Max. Anything else? This is information only, so no action required by us. So thank you for letting us know. We'll keep an eye on it, and probably our lobbyist will keep our interests apprised. So, anything else for today? We are a little bit early on recess, but I think our business is done. You want to say something about the next event, Patty?
All that I know is the caterers already arrived and set up. And I understand we have fairly good attendance from Denver Water. Denver Water has not really formally sponsored a reception in Denver that I know of. So this is an opportunity, and I think even several board members will be attending. So it's a time I hope that some of Denver Water staff and board members, we do interact with the CWCB in a number of ways, pretty much to the exclusion of asking for money. So, but there are a lot of other things. I sent out an email last week saying, there's a bunch of other stuff that the CWCB does. And so I'm looking forward to it. And I believe the official start time is 5:30, but I don't know if anyone cares if we start early. So,
all right.
Thank you.
So for everybody, it's right outside the door, so easy hike. Anything else before we recess? You're going to be first on the docket tomorrow, Director Stoll. We saved a space for you since you couldn't get here today. And otherwise, I think the agenda is as printed for tomorrow, and we'll probably try to break by noon, whether or not it's snowing. Meeting's in recess until tomorrow morning at 8:30.